Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the continuing live stream coverage of the BNL Karting Series Kick-off, being held here at the home of champions Karting Genk in Belgium. Guillaume Alvarez is at the circuit providing commentary for everyone present there, whereas it's Alex Goldschmidt back on the stream once again. 15 races yesterday with plenty of action that left us with a lot of talking points. Including front-fairing penalties, which I think I counted well over the best part of nearly 50 front-fairing penalties handed out by scrutineering in the Parc Fermé. We've had multiple different winners yesterday, DB2 Masters. Carl Klibbold won the first race, Christoph Adams the second, and as a result of a 5-second post-race penalty, Tom Dessert actually ended up second, so Pritsai from Estonia took the third different win. Well, it was the third different winner in DD2 Masters. In DD2 itself, we had Vili Villainen, who won Heat 2. Zander Przyblak was showing as having won both heats, so first and third heats. Stol Samanis from Latvia in Junior Rotax has won all 3 heats so far. The closest competitor to him, last year's Euro Trophy champion, Kai Rielats. We've had different winners in Senior Rotax in the 6 heats yesterday. Luca Lystra picked up 2 victories. Juho Valtonen taking 2. Mads Rees also taking 1 in the process. But we go into the first race of the day. 9 races in total, bringing us to a complete total of 24 races of meeting. Race 16, the Senior Rotax second chance heat, as we've already had a spinner on the sighting lap. Not what you want, because there has been some rainfall overnight. So here is your starting order for 17 drivers competing for 6 places in the pre-finals and the finals here on finals day. Mads Rees, who had 2 DNFs and a victory yesterday, he starts from pole position. Alongside him will be Belgium's Gilles Clouet. Patrick Slokmelis in the 364 from Latvia will start on row 2 on the inside of said row, P3. Vincent Boutillier from France will be alongside on that same row, where it is the Netherlands and Switzerland represented by Colin van Lammeren and Mario Sidler on row 3. Row 4, France and Latvia are represented by Marcelo Wegner-Pahord and Daniel Hunt. Scott Westhovens from the Netherlands and Stéphane Lemounot from France round out the top 10. Then it's Turnschmidt, Beer Dorrestein, Julian Hasch, Alexander Krawinkel, Hugo Bach, Wood Kirstens and Jens Planger. That is the 17-strong driver lineup for this race. And we have 7 minutes on the clock, plus an additional lap. Then all races after this will be 13 laps, 13 minutes plus an additional lap in duration. So it will be a little bit longer, but the finals will then decide the weekend result here for the kickoff. So all results called by myself on the live stream commentary will be provisional, pending any sporting and technical checks. So anything that needs to be investigated by race control and anything picked up in the Parc Fermé when they get weighed and the front fairings are checked. So we'll be down to Mads Rees and Gilles Clouet to control the pace as they now come through turn 12. Now this is where things get interesting, ladies and gentlemen. Through into the tram lines we go. Are we ready? Are we steady? The drivers are. The revs rise. It looks like we've got a very good start and a great start by Mads Rees. As now, that looks to be possibly Clouet that's just gone through. You know, that's Melis that's just gone up into second position and is already pounding Rees for the lead as they head through into the Europolan for the first time. Through turn 6. Everyone neatly making it through so far. Looks like there's been a little change down at the bottom part of the order. Looks like Jens Pranger has got back up a position on Kirstens. But Mads Rees at the moment, is he still leading? Because now they're coming through the right-hander at 8 and then into the left-hand hairpin at 9. And at the moment, Mads Rees is still coming under salvo fire from Patrick Slokmelis from Latvia. Gilles Clouet, Boutillier van Lammeren now rounds out the top 5. And Mario Sidler is in the danger zone. He is in 6th place. But obviously this can all change. I've seen it where a complete top 6 has been rearranged in the likes of the Euro Trophy and the BNL Karting Series when a second chance heat is involved. But for the moment, as there was definitely a bit of feistiness there. And I think that was Scott Westhovens that just had a really good move up the inside through turn 3. Oh, little bit of door banging there. And that was a little bit further down the order. And that would have been possibly between Wegner Pahord and Dorstein, I believe. And that is at the back part of this. But you can see there. Oh, that is very much someone's definitely trying to do a wake-up call at the moment. As Mario Sidler scything his way through traffic. So Sidler from Switzerland looking to move up the order. So he'll currently be in around about 9th position. As they come across the line, they complete lap number 2. Van Lammeren drops to 6th position ahead of Stefan Lemunor. Mario Sidler still in 10th place. Well, that might be the case that he might have just got past Scott Westhoven's, I believe. But Mads Rees has now got half a second advantage over Patrick Slok-Mellis. Gilles Chloé rounds out the top 3. Then it's Vincent Bouteiller from France, Bert Dorrestein from the Netherlands, and Colin van Lammeren. That is your top 6 at the moment. We still have just over 4.5 minutes remaining on this race. So the top 30 have all as a little bit of pushing and shoving, as now this is a real intense battle. I think this is possibly with Marcelo Wegner Pahord, and this is in around about 8th position. As right up the inside. I think that was possibly Tern Schmidt that's just gone up the inside, possibly of Mario Sidler, I think. Well, there's more changes happening, as there's nearly a side-by-side altercation going through, and that was the 330 Scott Westhoven's trying his level best at this particular moment in time. I've just had a nice little WhatsApp message from my friend David Robinson, who said that it looks a lot cooler in Genk than it was than Al Ain for the for the UAE RMC yesterday. So yeah, good to hear from people far and wide. But this battle here, which is very much exacerbating, there has been changes for position here, and you can just see how competitive these drivers are. And that is the 3 ahead. That's Wegner Pahord, I believe, Westhovens and Lemunor ahead of Mario. Well, Tern Schmidt's in there as well. Mario Sidler trying to plant it around the outside of Stefan Lemunor going through turn 12. That's brazen from the Swiss driver. And look at this, 5 carts going in, and this is where things could get rather ugly. You've got Lemunor ahead of Westhovens, and right behind you've got Hugo Back. Oh, Hugo Back goes into the back of Scott Westhovens, and I think that was a bit of a great corrective move there on that particular occasion. And you can see there's a little bit of an indent on Hugo Back's carts, the cart's front bumper. So, but whether that has been enough for that front fairing to be pushed in, we have had it once this weekend already, where a driver was actually found to have pushed the front fairing back into position. So that can be the case where I've heard of it before, and I've actually seen it live on air on other karting streams, where people have actually been found to kicking the front fairing out, which is very much frowned upon. So we are now on to lap number 6. We've got just over 2 minutes remaining on the clock, and the battling for the last few positions as now Colin van Lammeren finds himself out of 6th. He's down to 7th, courtesy of Marcelo Wegner Pahord. And this is where things get interesting once again. Van Lammeren and Sidler in the same train at the moment as they're going down the Europolaan. And for those wondering about the current air temperature in Genk, it is currently 8 degrees Celsius and cloudy. There was some rainfall overnight. Some more moves happening up the inside through turn 10. That's a great little move there. And someone decides to, it was like a scalded cat on a hot tin roof up the inside through turn number 11. I think that's possibly Marcelo Wegner Pahord that's just made up a position. We'll find it as they go across the line. Well, that was Hugo Back on the 368 of Stefan Lemunor. So Scott Westhovens and Hugo Back both making an opportunity. So Lemunor now rounds out the top 10. However, with time fast ticking away, side by side. And Scott Westhovens gets run wide by Hugo Back. And the Dutchman will not be happy about that at all, I can tell you. That much is very much certain. 42 seconds still to go on the clock. And Mads Rees now has a comfortable lead of 1.1 seconds over Patrick Slokmelis. Vincent Bouthier rounds out the top three, a further second adrift. And Mads Rees, when he crosses the line next time, will be on the penultimate lap of the race. He's now making his way through turns 1 and 2, as is Slokmelis, Bouthier, Chloé, Dorrestein, and Wegner Parod. That is your top 6 in the second chance heat. Those 17 drivers, I think, are still all circulating at this particular moment, and the entire field, all the way from Mads Rees to Julien Hache from France, covered by just over 15.6 seconds at this particular moment. But we're on the penultimate lap, and the leaders now making their way through turn 8 and into 9. Mads Rees has just gone through the shot there underneath the timing tower that you can see on the graphics on your screen. So Mads Rees, I did say yesterday that he would be in the second chance heat, but that victory really helped him and put him into pole position for this race, and he's led from lights out to checkered flag. So Mads Rees goes on to the final lap, running in his Team Denmark overalls. And I'm looking forward to seeing what he's going to be getting up to in GT4. But Mads, one thing, can you do me a favour, please? I know he can't hear me at the moment because he'll be hearing Guillaume Alvarez's voice. To come back from time to time and come racing in karting. I mean, you know, that's why people such as Glenn Van Parijs come back and go racing with us time and time again. Karting is part and parcel of what motorsport means. You know, this is words of Ayrton Senna. This is pure racing. Okay, great. There are prizes as we get another little toe-to-toe encounter there. But out of the final corner, Denmark's Mads Rees in the 379 takes the checkered flag. Slokmelis takes second. Bouthier takes third. Chloé fourth. Dorrestein fifth. Wegner Parod from France takes the final provisional place in the pre-finals for Senior Rotax. Their pre-final will be the last one before the lunch break, which will be at 12:40 local time in Europe and 11:40 in the United Kingdom. If you are in Dubai or the United Arab Emirates or anywhere in that area, you'll be 4 hours ahead, so it'll be 16:40. But Mads Rees does a perfect job in the second chance seat. I always thought that might be the case. So let's have a look at the results, shall we, ladies and gentlemen? Mads Rees takes the victory by 0.831 seconds ahead of Latvia's Patrick Slokmelis. Vincent Bouthier from RM Concept under Morgan Riche rounds out the top 3 representing France. Dames Racing's Gilles Chloé from Belgium takes 4th position ahead of Beer Dorrestein, running as an independent. From the Netherlands, Marcelo Wegner Parod rounds out the top 6. That is provisionally your top 6 that will advance to the pre-finals and the finals here on finals day. And we have to say, parting is such sweet sorrow to the following drivers, 11 of them: Colin van Lammeren, Hugo Bach, Scott Westhovens, Stefan Lemonor, Mario Sidler, Jens Pranger, Tern Schmidt, Wout Kirstens, Daniel Hunt, Alexander Kramwinkel, and Julien Hache from France. Okay, so we have around about 12 minutes until the first of our pre-finals, and that will be Junior Rotax. So the good time, as my good friend Henry Baudet once said, it's now time to do some filling. But the good thing is that we have a lot of drivers here. We have around close to 100 different drivers. And one of the biggest things here now is that the finals, pre-finals and the finals, will be in duration 13 minutes plus an additional lap. So the finals will determine the later on today, which start at 1:30 p.m. This afternoon. Every single race from now on will be 13 minutes plus an additional lap. So because we've got Junior Max up front on this particular one, it has been an interesting day yesterday for quite a few drivers. Thomas Stolsamanis from Latvia was first in qualifying. He took pole position. He was fastest in Group 2, as opposed to Kai Relitz from Belgium in the 274. Gielets was second in qualifying and then finished second in all 3 heats. He was very open about how he felt about that on Instagram stories yesterday, saying, not quite the results I wanted. Well, we always know that every racing driver worth their salt wants to go out and have a, be at the sharp end, as in winning. Bruno Mulders, really good to see him with JJ Racing this season. 4th in qualifying, a total of 14 points accumulated through the heats. He was 7th in Heat 2, 4th in Heat 1, and took a top 3, 3rd place in Heat number 3 yesterday afternoon. Mikkel Pedersen's been running either in the top 5 or as he was in the 1st and the 3rd heat. But then for Heat 2, he was more towards the bottom of the top 10. The driver that's really impressed me this weekend so far, I have to give a shout out to Sandpex Motorsports, Casper Schormans from the Netherlands in the 244. One of the youngest, if not the youngest in this class here this weekend. He placed 6th in Heat 1, 5th in Heat 2, and 7th in Heat 3. So he's been no lower than a 7th place finish all weekend long, and that's really put him in good standings. That puts him P5 on the grid. Mathis Turlo, 2 third places in the first 2 heats, but then had a bit of a shocker in Heat 3. We did have a bit of carnage, let's say, last time out. Nick Gerhards, 2 8th place finishes and a 5th. Had now, if anyone might remember last season where we had Nick and his twin brother Tim. Tim was very good at qualifying, always at the sharp end. Nick, I think, had a different sort of makeup in terms of his confidence, his approach to respective weekends. But his race pace has been really, really good. He finished 8th in both the first 2 heats yesterday, but then rounded off the day with a 5th place finish. Edgar Vilkans, he ended up having a post-race penalty in heat number 1, putting him down in P12. So obviously, the more points you score is the less points you score, the higher up the intermediate classification you'll be. Magnus Pedersen, consistently at the lower part of the top 10. Max Knappen had a good one as well yesterday. Joop Breedveld, Tommy van der Stroys. Very difficult day for the youngster from the Netherlands in the 254 running with Combi Kart Racing Team. He switched from Parolin to Tony Kart chassis this year. 17th in Heat 1, P6 in Heat 2, so good signs that things are starting to look forward. But it's going to put him in the mid-pack because we have 27 drivers, as our race director is now currently speaking with the drivers. We have... So time now is 11:17. We have 8 minutes to go until the start of the race. The pre-grid will close in just 2 minutes' time, and then the mechanics will be asked to leave the servicing park or pre-grid with 3 minutes to go on the clock. So firstly, a big thank you to everyone watching on the official Camp Company GmbH YouTube channel. A big thank you to the likes of Victor, Steffi, Philip, Rico, and everyone, as there has been a few changes. Well, Senior Rotax have now had a total of around about 36 front-fairing penalties issued. The 35, well, we've had 4 issued. So the drivers that do get these penalties, one of which just so happens to be the 378 of Marcelo Wegner-Parod. So that promotes Colin van Lammeren into the top 6. So the 380, I think, must be not counting his chickens, but I think he's counting his 9 lives, because just one of them has been taken away. So the revised order, as it's now being implemented by our timing crew, who will be on the left-hand side of the commentary box where Guillaume Alvarez is standing. So the likes of Gert and Connie in there as well. Looking forward to catching up with them very, very soon indeed. So the revised provisional order is as follows: Mads Rees, still wins from Patrick Slokmelis from Latvia. Bouteille still stays in third. Chloe in fourth. Dorstein in fifth. Van Lammeren now takes sixth position. And as a result of the 5-second penalty for Marcelo Vigna-Parhord, Scott Westhoven's in the 330 now gets promoted to seventh. Mario Sidler in ninth. Jens Planger in 10th. Hugo Bach also got a 5-second time penalty, so it drops the French driver down to 11th. Wout Kirsten's promoted to 12th position. Daniel Hunt to 13th. The drivers that got penalties, Stefan Lemunor also got a penalty, so that dropped him from the bottom part of the top 10 down to 15th. And Turnschmidt also got a 5-second time penalty, so that dropped him from around about 11th or 12th position down to 16th, with Julien Hache rounding out the 17 strong. Obviously, those results are still provisional. However, if there are any incidents or any that need investigating, that is going to be a rather interesting sight. So could we see further changes in the top six? Obviously, with the likes of Stolsamanis and Mads Rees, I would say possibly a no, but with the battling that was going on behind the pair, you never say never these days. But I will be back in just before 11:25 Central European time, local here in Belgium, as we get set for pre-finals here on finals day for the BNL Karting Series Kickoff at the home of champions, Karting Genk in Belgium. We now turn our attention to pre-finals on finals day. First up, Junior Rotax, 27 drivers. It's 13 and a half rows of competitors. Let's take you through the starting order ahead of 13 minutes plus one additional lap. So after intermediate classification, Tomas Stolsamanis from Latvia will start on pole position. Kai Rielitz from Belgium will be alongside him on the front row. Then it will be Bruno Molders from the Netherlands and Mikkel Pedersen from Denmark. Kasper Schormans and Matthijs Turlo make it an all-Dutch row 3. Nick Gerhards from the Netherlands and Edgars Wilkans rounds out, as we've already had a spinner on the sighting lap. That's not what you want right about now. That could be, I think maybe, I'm not too sure. I was trying to make out the number at that time. That could have possibly have been maybe the 262 of Joris Schoens. So before I was rudely interrupted there, shall we carry on? We've got Magnus Pedersen and Max Knappen representing Denmark and the Netherlands respectively. They round out the top 10. Completing the top 20, it's Joop Breedveld in the 205, Tommy van der Stroys in the 254, Luke Nielsen in the 275, Vahin Megger in the 276, Joris Schoens in the 262, Vic Stevens in the 269, with Theo Blanc in the 230, Thomas Strauven in the 299, Marius Rose in the 228, and Enzo Boll in the 255, rounding out the top 20. Completing the 27 strong, it is Olivier Jonkers in the 216, the 282 of Montego Marsen, Lawrence Herbols in the 298, Thijs Dams in the 221, Javi Bachmachdiuk in the 292, Julian Kloosman in the 273, and Ralph van der Pevert in the 268. That is your 27 strong running order. And now they're starting to, well, there's a little bit of let's say unkempt frustration there towards the back part of the grid. But is this going to be a clean start? I think with the way that the field needs to concertina, they need to do so. Round the final corner, into the tram lines. Ladies and gentlemen, are we ready? Are we steady? Looks like we've got a green light and we're good to go. So Stolsamanis takes the initial advantage. Molders up the inside. Oh my goodness me. We've had a multi-cart incident and one cart went spinning around and went up into the air, going through turns 1 and 2. As there are trains starting to emerge, there's a bit of a battle a little bit further down. There's nearly 3 abreast going into turn 7 off of the Europalan, but Stolsamanis has the initial advantage at this particular moment in time. 12 minutes and 18 seconds plus an additional lap still to go. And that was an action-packed first couple of corners. So Stolsamanis leads. Rielitz back up into second. And that is Olivier Jonkers off of the outside of turn number 10. So Jonkers, who's now switched to Dams Racing this season, not exactly having the best run. So Montego Marsen was the cart that went up into that literally got all 4 wheels up into the air due to an incident, and then got spun around for his troubles. But I don't think it was his own fault there. And there's more issues. Oh my goodness me. That is one of the RS competition cars. I think I saw the 221 of Thijs Dams there. And that's Marius Rose from Denmark. The 228, they were battling away for what was 16th position. So the Dane comes out on the, ends up with a short end of the stick. There's now Mikkel Pedersen closing on Bruno Molders for P3. Matthijs Turlo is not too far behind in the 242. Then Nick Gerhard's Tommy van der Stroys has managed to get his way up into P7 from 12. Farin Megan now on the cusp of hitting the top 10. Magnus Pedersen just ahead of him as they are all squabbling between each other. 3 wide through turn 6. And the person that capitalised on that was Nick Gerhards. And Tommy van der Stroy's looking racy there as well. I think he's got past looks to be Mattis Turlo, I believe, in the 242. So Pedersen and Turlo went through turn 6, and all of a sudden, enter stage right did Nick Gerhards, and he literally put the frighteners on the pair of them. So a good job by Gerhards on the position, that particular moment, as Tommy van der Stoys gets his way past Mikkel Pedersen through turn 12. Just over 10 minutes remaining in the first 2 minutes. If they've been that explosive, I hate to think what's going to come next, as now the 250 of Mikkel Pedersen battling away with Tommy van der Stoys. So van der Stoys up 7 positions from P12. Great job by the youngster. I first met him and his dad Martin back in 2019 when Tommy was running in Micromax, and then made a 2-class jump. Wasn't easy for the 254, but now that he's with Combi Kart, he's got quite a few good teammates there, including Jens van der Heijden in senior Rotax as well. So a lot of experience for Tommy to get to learn, and to also pick the best of everything that he finds works for him. But Max Knappen now pressurising Mattis Turlo, I believe, and also Mikkel Pedersen. And Casper Schormans was sitting in 5th position, but he's dropped to 9th. There's a move. That is for Tommy van der Stoys against Nick Gerhards, as through turn 2. There was an absolute gaggle and a half of karts going through that corner. But van der Stoys now up 8 positions from P12, doing a fantastic job so far, but Stolzemanis still leads. But Kai Gilets has closed the gap. It's way less than 2.5 tenths of a second. So the Latvian now coming under fire from the 2020 Rotax Euro Trophy champion, who also finished in the top 3. I think he finished 2nd overall last season in the BNL Karting Series, which Junior Rotax Championship, which was won by Tim Gerhards, who now has moved on. And there has been a mechanical black flag being shown. Marius Rosa now has parked the kart. And, yep, so a mechanical black flag is being shown to one of the competitors. I would have a feeling that's going to be maybe Olivier Jonkers, but the person I think that might be the 221 of Tiesdams, running in 15th position. Thomas Strauven now up into 16th, as Stolzemanis really feeling the heat from Kai Gilets at this particular moment in time. And now these drivers are really pushing. We are fast approaching. We're about a minute away from hitting half-time, plus an additional lap still to go in this Junior Rotax pre-final. The pre-final grid will determine the grid for the Junior Rotax final, which takes place at 1:30 this afternoon. But Kai Gilets is biding his time. Now he decides to go up the inside. Oh, full-on drift from Kai Gilets as he got past Stolzemanis, and that was going through the exit of turn 3. Stolzemanis back up the inside. This is now bringing Bruno Mulders back into play. So the top 3, Nion Linestone going down the Europolan. So Gilets gave Stolzemanis a bit of a warning shot, but he goes sideways, trying to look up the inside of the Latvian through turn 8. Through into the right-hander at turn 10. Obviously, there are still some greasy patches and also a little bit of water dampness on the circuit, so they've really got to watch where they push for it. And you can just see how hard they are going at it. 6 minutes and 20 still to go, plus 1 lap. The mechanical black flag is being... as there goes Gilets back up the inside. Oh, Stolzemanis. Bruno Mulders thought he had an opportunity there, decided to back out of it. Very wise for the 271. Last year was running on CRG machinery, but now running on the X-Prix chassis, as he's joined the likes of Farin Mega, who are new additions to JJ Racing for the 2021 season. Mattis Turlo, in the meantime, has got past Nick Gerhards for 5th position. And Mikkel and Magnus Pedersen are running 8th and 9th. And Farin Mega now... from Germany, last year's Rotax Max Challenge Germany vice champion at the season finale at Wittgenborn. he has now moved into the JJ Racing stable as well. There's more battles going on. And the one between Van der Stroys, Turlo and Gerhards has really come under fire as now Stolzemanis retakes the lead on lap number 9 through turn 2 from Kai Hillertz. But Matthias Turlo has now got past the team of Tommy Van der Stroys. Nick Gerhards waiting in the wings in 6th position as now. Oh, that was close for Gerhards. And now Fahin Mega has got himself, he's just got past his teammates at JJ Racing. I believe Fahin Mega now up into P8 ahead of Max Knappen. And it looks like Magnus Pedersen drops to 10th position. So the top 3 really going at it, hammer and tongs. And then the battle for 8th, 9th and 10th between Knappen, Pedersen and Fahin Mega really intensifying, and Mega is leading that train at the moment. And this is now really heating up. You don't know who's going to win this race, who's going to end up where. But if you're in the top 10, you've got an opportunity of being at the sharp end of the grid. But with the performance and the pace being shown by Stolzemanis, Hillertz, Mulders, Turlo, Van der Stroys and Gerhards, and now you can see that there is a train closing on the trio battling over 4th position, which is being led by Magnus Pedersen. He's got Farin Mega from Germany not too far behind, then Max Knappen and Mikkel Pedersen rounding out the top 10. Stolzemanis trying to break away from Hillertz, but at this particular moment in time, he does not have that opportunity. And when you know the circuit like Kai Hillertz does, Hillertz will know every subtle nuance, but he'll want to be in striking position, because what he's doing is putting the feelers out. He doesn't necessarily need to win the pre-final, but winning the final on home soil, being from these parts, Kai Hillertz will be one happy chappy going onto the podium later on today. The podium takes place at 3:15 this afternoon local time. That's 2:15 UK time. So just 3 minutes on the clock remaining. And we've had, it was Theo Blas that I think had the mechanical black flag. So on lap number 8 of the race, Theo Blas from France has now parked it and now has retired. We are down to 25 drivers at this particular moment out of 27. So Theo Blas and Marius Rose will comprise 26th and 27th on the grid, and that's provisionally speaking. So Van der Stroys has just gone back up the inside of Matthias Turlo. Turlo back up the inside, pushes Van der Stroys wide. A little bit of possible slight touching there between the two. And that has dropped Van der Stroys behind Nick Gerhards as well. And what Tommy Van der Stroys was doing there was just trying to get any sort of mud or muck off of those right-hand side tyres. So Van der Stroys hopefully will try and pick himself up and go for it. He's got a couple of minutes still to go, as there's a move up the inside of Max Knappen. That was Mikkel Pedersen. Luke Neeson not too far behind as well, and now he fancies an opportunity, this time through turn 12. So Luke Neeson trying to get past, and I think that's Farin. Is that Farin Mega that's just dropped down? Yes, that is. So Max Knappen up into 8th, Mikkel Pedersen up into 9th. Farin Mega coming under fire now for 10th position as Matthias Turlo from running on the Tony Kart chassis, and he's got Nick Gerhards just behind him. So the only real positional changes at the moment, it has been Matthias Turlo, Nick Gerhards and Tommy Van der Stroys, with the latter having dropped 2 positions to 6th. We're into the last 60 seconds of this pre-final, and it is looking like a good old clean sweep so far. Pole position in qualifying. All 3 heats yesterday, he took the victories, and Thomas Stolzemanis is a couple of laps away from making it a clean sweep as well with the pre-final. And then there'll be one more race remaining, as now Nick Gerhards fancies an opportunity at getting past Matthijs Turlo. Going down the Europolan for the penultimate time, through into the right-hander at turn 7. Through into the sweeper at 8. So the leaders will make their way through turn 10 before the clock strikes 0, which it does now. Stolsamanis brings the field out of the final corner, and he, along with Kai Rilet's Bruno Malders, now go onto the final lap. Matthijs Turlo still ahead of Nick Gerhards. Tommy van der Stroys will have to come back and fight a little bit later on, as he's in P6. Max Knappen, Magnus Pedersen, Mikkel Pedersen and Farin Mega round out the top 10. Luke Neeson and Kasper Schurmans round out the top 12. Edgars Vilkans has now started to recover a little bit more and is just behind Enzo Bol by about 2 tenths. As through into turn 7 for the final time goes Matthijs Turlo and Nick Gerhards, and Gerhards senses an opportunity, but is it going to be too little too late? Leaders now coming down through to turn 10 for the final time. Thomas Stolsamanis has been playing that strategic game of karting chess, as Nick Gerhards fighting like crazy to try and get past. But it looks like Stolsamanis is going to take the victory. The Latvian's done it again. Rielets in second, Malders in third. Turlo hangs on ahead of Gerhards. Van der Stroys in 6th. Knappen takes 7th out of Magnus Pedersen, with Mikkel Pedersen and Farin Mega rounding out the top 10 positions. And we did have 2 unfortunate retirements in this particular race. Marius Roos, after contact with the Tiesdams on lap number 4, saw the Dane retire. Theo Blanc, with a mechanical black flag, retired the kart on lap number 8. So let's have a look at the finishing order for the provisional rankings for Junior Rotax after the pre-final itself. Latvia's Thomas Stolsamanis wins by 3.5 tenths of a second ahead of Kai Rielets. Bruno Malders rounds out the top 3, making it 3 different nationalities represented in the top 3. Then Matthijs Turlo, Nick Gerhards rounds out the top 5. Tommy van der Stroys could have had 4th at the end of it, but a drama with a couple of laps to go saw the Dutch driver finishing 6th ahead of Max Knappen, Magnus Pedersen, and I've just seen that Jori Schoens gets a 3-second penalty for exceeding track limits with 2 wheels. So that will drop him down out of the order. Then it will be Luke Neeson behind Farin Mega, Kasper Schurmans, Joip Breedveld, Edgars Vilkans, Thomas Strauven, Enzo Bol, Jori Schoens, Tiesdams, Julian Kloosman, Javi Bachmachtiuk, Ralph van der Pevert, Lawrence Hervels, Montego Masson, Vic Stevens, and Olivier Jonkers, the last of the 25 drivers to complete all 15 laps. So DD2 now brings us back into competition here at the home of champions. We have 2 more after this one, so let's have a look at the starting grid for DD2. So on pole position, based on the intermediate classification, it is going to be Zander Shriblack that will be on pole position. Glenn Van Parijs will be alongside him. He set a new lap record in DD2 for qualifying around here by nearly half a second yesterday morning. He starts on 2nd position. Behind him will be the pairing of Francis Paulo Bissan-Senez in the 405 and McNulton in the 403 from the Netherlands. Janne Gussens from Belgium and Ville Viljalainen from Finland in the 422. They round out the top 3 rows. Row 4 is the 447 of Belgium's Sébastien Degrand with Anthony Millet in the 444 from France alongside. Imke Arts in the 421 from the Netherlands and Amaury Guérin in the 404 from France will complete the top 10. Matthias Lund from Denmark in the 408. Jori Klerbort in the 410 from Belgium. Ricards Subekis in the 471 from Latvia. Germany's Hannes Border in the 468 with Mikkel Tigerson in the 432 from Denmark and France's Enzo Boulogne in the 469, rounding out the 16-strong grid. 13 minutes on the clock plus an additional lap. The red lights will be ignited on the starting gantry as we are seconds out and waiting for this race to get underway. So we'll be down to Shriblack and Van Parijs to start things off. A really nice bit of information courtesy my good friend on circuit commentary this weekend, Guillaume Alvarez, that Glenn Van Parijs will be doing the entire BNL Karting Series season. However, he will be returning to the Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux and is set to have a test at the end of the month at Zandvoort, I believe, and I think they're going to be racing the new 992 variation of the 911 GT3 Cup car. So really good to hear that he's back in tin tops again. But it is down to now concentrating on what is happening here. 13 minutes on the clock. The DD2 drivers head into the tram lines. Are we ready? Are we steady? Looks like we've got another good start here today. And Zander Shriblack takes the initial lead as Bissan-Senez tries to go up the inside of Van Parijs for 2nd position through turn 2. Van Parijs retakes the position, but then Bissan-Senez back up the inside through turn 4. A little bit wide there for Van Parijs, and that allows the Frenchman to go up the inside through turn 5. Janne Gussens now past McNulton. So Knowlton down to P5 as Van Parijs starting to try and fight with Bissan-Senez for 2nd position. But what this has allowed is that Zander Shriblack has done a Sebastian Vettel-style getaway, like when Vettel was back at Red Bull in his earlier days in Formula 1, unlike Aston Martin Cognizant Formula 1, who is now partnered with Lance Stroll for 2021 this season. But let's see what the gap is between Zander Shriblack and Paulo Bissan-Senez. It is nearly 1.4 seconds after the very first lap. So very impressive straight away. That's the Zander of old, I believe, when he used to canter away into the distance like a prized racehorse. However, there's still 11 minutes and 40 to go. Oh, very, very sideways from Ville Viljalainen. He put on the brakes there, going through into turn 7. And that was a great move. Ville Viljalainen doing his best to get past as Anthony Millet gets through past McNulton through the right-hand sweeper at turn 10. Sebastian Degrand is next up, followed by Matthias Lund. There's a little bit of a distance between them as it looks like Subekis has got past Imke Arts through turn 12. So firing it up the inside from absolutely nowhere. Glenn Van Parijs on Paulo Bissan-Senez. Mighty, mighty work from the reigning and defending champion, who did a double campaign last season. Took the BNL Karting Series title for 2020 after 2 successive championship winning seasons for Zander Shriblack, who took the Euro Trophy crown last year, and Van Parijs was 2nd. So both drivers were on the top of the tree for for both Belgium and also for the Euro Trophy and the BNL Karting Series in 2020. Oh, Matthias Lund looked towards the inside. Oh, Sebastian de Grand going through turn 10. Looks like we've already got a first casualty, and that is the 469 of Enzo Boulogne, who hasn't even made it past the finish line for the first lap at all, as we still have 10 minutes to go. And Glenn van Parijs has started reeling in Sander Schriblak. The last lap, he was 0.264 seconds quicker than Schriblak, but Ville Villelainen has put in the fastest lap of anybody, a 54.1 second lap time dead. No additional decimal points needed there. And he is now closing on Paulo Besancines. So what is really good from Van Parijs is that very, very well experienced. He's raced in multiple categories here in the BNL Karting Series, which includes junior and senior Rotax, before making the transition to sports cars. And now the gap is down. Oh, he's taking time, hand over fist, out of Schriblak. But what Van Parijs is also doing is Besancines and Villelainen are now coming into the fray. So not only will it be Schriblak versus Van Parijs, we could have a 4-driver brawl with Besancines and Villelainen coming into this. Yanni Gustens and Anthony Millet, they're not that far adrift. They're about nearly 9/10 of a second off of the back bumper of the Flying Finn in the 422. And Mick Knowlton is coming along with them. 8 minutes and 40 still to go. That gap is probably going to be less than half a second, because it was 0.882 last time around. And one of the biggest things is that Glenn van Parijs has seen the target on the back of Sander Schriblak's bumper. He's just put in both him and Ville Villelainen. They've both gone sub 54. And in the meantime, Villelainen has gone past Besancines through turn 2 to now take P3. So Sander Schriblak, okay, last 3 laps, his out of the last 3 laps, 2 laps ago was his worst time of 54.574. He's just done a 54.436. Okay, let this set in. Glenn van Parijs, 53.917. Paulo Besancines, 53.916. Ville Villelainen, 53.890. And Villelainen is now, again, the fastest driver out on track. And you can probably hear a pin drop right now, as there goes the move. Van Parijs up the inside through turn 12 on Sander Schriblak. The pair nearly go side by side coming through the exit, but Van Parijs now on lap number 7, as they start it going through turns 1 and 2, keeps the lead ahead of Sander Schriblak. But here comes Ville Villelainen with plenty of Sisu in his pockets. He will have a chance now to go for the lead, as will France's Paulo Besancines. Besancines' last appearance in the BNL Karting Series was last October, and was literally nip and tuck it. It went to count back between him and Sander Schriblak on who was going to end up second on the podium. As Villelainen now goes up the inside through the right-hander at turn 10 on Sander Schriblak. Great racing room and respect, as now Schriblak gets pounced on by Besancines, but the Belgian retaliates through the exit of turn 12, uses the think tactic to motion to Besancines, saying, right, we need to go for it. Well, Besancines decides to go for it and sends it up the inside of Schriblak. And on that particular occasion, Besancines was nearly half a second quicker than Schriblak. Now, obviously, Schriblak's using new machinery. He's on a Kart Republic chassis, as opposed to Tony Kart that he was using for the past 3 years, since I first commentated on him back in 2018. So he's been running on Tony Kart for the last few years. Kart Republic machine is a little bit of a different animal to learn, but Sander to be pretty quick in qualifying. No, not his customary pole position that we would normally see if he was with Booven Bauer. However, the good thing is that now he will get to learn this machinery. I understand he's got a dual campaign, so it's not just DD2. He'll also be running in gearbox classes this season in other championships. but good to have him back here as always. Our championship leader from our championship winner from 2018 and 2019. So in that particular occasion, he now has a bit of a learning phase. So with what's going on at the moment, Van Parijs still leading, Vilivilainen still in second, Paulo Besancenez still in third place, Zana Triblak and Anthony Millet rounding out the top 5. Got less than 5 minutes to go in this race, and these drivers now have to keep on pushing, but Viliainen trying to close in on Van Parijs. Van Parijs was slightly quicker, but Paulo Besancenez in the meantime has set the fastest lap of the race last time around on the completion of lap number 9. Anthony Millet rounds out the top 5 behind Zana Triblak, who is looking a little bit lonesome, as the gaps between him, Paulo Besancenez and Anthony Millet have now extended, as has the gap between Millet and Knowlton. Yannick Gustens in 7th, Matthias Lund, Sebastian de Grand and Ricards Subekis from Latvia. They round out the top 10 positions. Aymeric Guérin, Hannes Border has moved up the order from 14th to 12th position, having now got past Imke Arts from the Netherlands. She rounds out the top 13 with Mikkel Tigerson from Denmark in the 4:32, now completing the top 14, the only 14 drivers out of 16 left in this race. However, the drivers still keep on circling around personal best at the moment. Zana Triblak is 67 thousandths from hitting a sub 54 second lap time. Yuri Klebort on his fourth lap would have been he was running pretty quickly in the low 55 ones, but his race ended on lap 5 with Enzo Boulogne having his race curtailed on the very first lap indeed. But it is still a case of how soon is everything going to intensify between the top 3. Van Parijs, Vilivilainen and Paulo Besancenez. They round out the top 3 positions at this particular moment in time. Zana Triblak not factoring in the latter stages. It seems like his pace might have slightly dropped off in comparison with the rest of them, because Paulo Besancenez, his pace, he's gone quicker and quicker. He's just put in a 53.665 on that last lap on the completion of lap 10. Triblak now in the high 53.9s, so his pace is starting to come to him, but with 2.5 minutes still to go, can the 2-time BNL Karting Series champion from 2018 and 2019 start firing back? But can Anthony Millet have something to say about it, because the Frenchman was nearly a 10.5 quicker last time around? It was a 53.855 from Anthony Millet, a 53.993 from Zana Triblak. Leaders coming across the line, just over 2 minutes to go, plus 1 lap. Gap now between Glenn Van Parijs and Vilivilainen was just over 2 tenths. It is less than that now as they go through turns 3, 4, into the left-hander at 5 before the right at 6 that brings them onto the Europlan. Glenn Van Parijs trying to keep it nice and consistent. Paulo Besancenez, a 53.674. He's the quickest out of the trio at the front of the field, as Millet did a 53.9. Was nearly 3 tenths quicker than Zana Triblak. So Triblak again in the 54s, the 54.2s on that particular occasion. But now Vilivilainen looking to strike whilst the iron is hot. 1 minute 20 still to go. Besancenez still thinks he's got an opportunity, and I sense that as well, judging by the pace that he's been showing in the last few laps. Last 3 laps he's gone anywhere between a 53.665 and a 53.787. So Besancenez has been the most consistent and the quickest driver at this particular moment in time. So, yeah. Oh, my goodness me. Vilivilainen now strikes. Through turn 6 onto the Europlan goes the flying fin into the lead of the race. Paulo Besancenez waiting in the wings. Glenn Van Parijs now has the ultimate decision. Do I attack or do I defend? And if I attack, can that cause me compromising situation with Paulo Besancenes? But with the way that Besancenes has been racing, Besancenes fires it up the inside through turn 10. And it's Glenn Van Parijs ends up going over the runoff area as a result of Besancenes' last ditch. That was a last-minute Danny Rick right there. He definitely licked the stamp and sent it there, did the Frenchman. However, that's compromised him in terms of trying to keep pace with Ville Villelainen and Paulo Besancenes. That was a shock. Well, obviously, because when you're battling away, it's going to lose you time. He lost the best part of 5.5 tenths of a second. And Ville Villelainen now is on the penultimate lap of the race, going through turn 7 off of the European for the penultimate time. So, Besancenes trying to close in. I don't think he's going to have enough of an opportunity. So, on turn 10, the top 3 go through. Zander Schiblak still in 4th. Anthony Millet. Mick Knowlton, Yanni Goossens, Sebastian de Grand. And then you've got the likes of, at the back of the field, that is Imke Arts, I think Hannes Border just behind. And then Mikkel Tigerson from Denmark. As we go on to the last lap, leader now going through turns 3 into 4 into 5. So Ville Villelainen will go into the final with a bag full of confidence, and also the fact that he will have provisional pole position for their final, which takes place at 13:55. So a great job by him to get himself to that particular start of it all. And Ville Villelainen started from P6, now leading with just a couple of more corners remaining. Into the left at 11 for the final time. And then the right-hand sweeper at 12. Ville Villelainen will provisionally take the victory with the checkered flag. That now waves after 16 laps of competition here in DD2. And a great job also by Paulo Besancenes. Could have fought for the lead, but ended up finishing second best behind the pin. Glenn Van Parijs rounds out the top 3, having started on the front row. Son of Schiblak's got a big mountain to climb after finishing P4, having started on pole position. Anthony Millet started P8 and finished in 5th place. Mick Knowlton would drop 2 positions from 4th to 6th at the flag. Yanni Goossens from 5th finished in 7th. So let's have a look at the final finishing order, the provisional finishing order for pre-final for DD2 here at the BNL Karting Series Kick-off. So Ville Villelainen from Finland with RS Competition takes the victory by 0.465 seconds ahead of Paulo Besancenes from KMD. And Glenn Van Parijs in 3rd place. Son of Schiblak for SP Motorsport in 4th. Anthony Millet in 5th. Mick Knowlton in 6th ahead of Yanni Goossens. Sebastian de Grand finished in 8th, having started 7th. Ricards Sulbekis made up 5 positions, starting from P13, finishing in P8 at the checkered flag. Matthias Lund started in 11th, would make 1 positional gain to 10th. Amérique Guérin started 10th, finished in 11th. Hannes Border started in 14th and would finish P12 ahead of Imke Arts. Mikkel Tigerson, who started in 15th, with Jori Klebot retiring on lap 5 and Enzo Boulogne on lap 1. So our penultimate pre-final now gets underway. This time it's DD2 Masters, and this again will be 13 minutes plus an additional lap. Let's have a look at the starting grid. So after intermediate qualification, Carl Klebert will start from pole position, and Tom Dessert will make it an all-Belgian front row here at the pre-final. The grid for this one will be decided by the concluded results. Any result that has been called today so far by myself or Guillaume Alvarez, whether it's on the live stream or at the circuit, they're all provisional pending sporting and technical checks. So Klebert and Dessert on the front row. Pritzai will start from row 2 on the inside. On third position, the Estonian will be joined by France's Bruno Dos Santos in the 503. Christophe Capitain will start in fifth position on the inside of row number 3. The 599 from France will be joined by our resident Top Gun aficionado, Frederick Goose Baker in the 553 from Belgium. Christophe Adams, running under a Netherlands licence this weekend apparently, will start from P7, was disqualified post-race 3 yesterday, where he picked up second position. Franck Claverne will also start alongside the 555, so the 529 from France concludes the 8-strong grid. Again, 13 minutes plus 1 additional lap. So the 1,360 metre circuit is very much overcast at the moment. Looks like there's plenty of wind to pick up, especially with the way that the flags on the outside of the Europlan back straightaway are very much moving from side to side at a big rate of knots indeed. So your starting order will be Klebert, Dessert, Sai, Dos Santos, Capitain, Bakert, Adams, and Laverne. So 13 minutes still now on the clock. The red lights are ignited on the starting gantry for the penultimate time for DD2 Masters. And it will be down to the two on the front row to control the pace and obviously help the start to go off without a hitch. So now the waiting game starts once again as they now make their way through into the tram lines, and this is where the mind games start because they go into the tram lines. Are we ready? Are we steady? Looks like the res has risen and we are off and away in DD2 Masters as Claude Klebert keeps Tom Dessert to the outside. Pritzai just behind in third position as Frederick Baker has a bit of a moment going through turn 2 for the first time. Drops down from 6th to last position as they make their way through onto the Europlan for the first time. Carl Klebert looks over his right shoulder. He's wearing his Team Belgium overalls from late October 2019, having won both the Belgian Max Challenge and the BNL Karting Series DD2 Masters crowns. So the drivers now making their way through into turn number 10. At the particular moment in time, these drivers are not that far away from each other as we come around to complete lap number 1 with just over 12 minutes to go on the clock. Entire field covered by 2.57 seconds. So Carl Klebert puts in a 56.702. There's now Franck Laverne being hustled by Frederick Baker for 7th position. Christophe Adams down in 6th position. Waiting to see what happens between the likes of Christophe Capitain, Bruno Dos Santos and Pritzai just up ahead. So Christophe Adams having a lot of work to do, but still 11.5 minutes remaining. He's got plenty of experience, despite his youthful exuberance in terms of his personality and the way he tries to sort of like put his points across, let's say. But Carl Klebert still controlling proceedings as we're about to complete lap number 2. 55.154, great lap time from him. And then Tom Dessert goes and betters it by 21,000 a second. And the gap now between them is just under 4.5 tenths of a second. Pritzai in third, Bruno Dos Santos in fourth, Christoph Adams now in fifth, having got past Christoph Capitan. So the work now begins for the 555. So the entire field covered by around about 3.6 seconds as at the end of lap number 2. However, that will be exacerbated ever so slightly because the gap between Frank Leverne and Frederick Baker, I would estimate it was 7 tenths just last time around. I think it's going to be closer to the second this time as Klebot goes across the line once again. And the gap now between Baker and Laverne is now nearly 1.3 seconds. However, everyone has made personal bests in terms of lap time. Fastest lap time of all. Currently the leader, Karl Klebot, just by a mere 6/1000ths of a second. Ahead of Tom Dessau. So Dessau trying to repeat his feat of last year, which saw the Belgian from GKS Lemons Power hit the top step and win the kickoff last season. I think if memory serves me correctly, this is the first time we've seen Pritzai actually compete in the BNL Karting Series. As he's now having a battle with Bruno Dos Santos, so the French driver trying to get his way past the 5:01 from Estonia as they come around to complete lap number 4 and on to lap 5 they go. Dos Santos waiting and biding his time, but Christoph Adams has also been putting in some fairly decent laps. He's been running. He did a 56.08 at the end of lap 2. Lap 3 it was a 53.5 and now he's just done a 55.0. But also Christoph Capitan is coming along with him. Frank Leverne is a further 6 tenths behind Capitan, with Frederick Baker now 1.255 seconds behind Laverne. But Tom Dessau looks a little bit closer than just over 3.5 tenths of a second to the back bumper of Karl Klebot, but the battle for third place is really starting to heat up right now. 8 minutes and 30 still to go. Klebot and Dessau were nearly 4 tenths apart last time around. They come across the line, 0.161, as now Dessau goes to the lead up the inside. He had enough patience and pace to get past. That is on the beginning of lap number 6. So if you're about a couple of tenths or 2.5 tenths behind, the slipstream opportunity that it affords you coming out of turn 12, if you absolutely nail the apex of turn 12 and then the exit and let the karts drift as far wide left as you can get a really good run on the person in front of you. And that's exactly what Tom Dessau did. Nevertheless, this time around, Karl Klebot is within striking distance. And last time around, Karl Klebot was just under 2 tenths, or just over 2 tenths slower than Tom Dessau. And now Tom Dessau sees where Karl Klebot is, and Klebot thinks, well, I'm not going to try it this time. 2 tenths behind at the minute. If he was about where Tom Dessau was last time, I think that would probably give him an opportunity to go for it. But also, if you carry the run of momentum coming through turns 3, 4 and 5, you can go for a really good opportunity through the inside of 6. And this is where these drivers now can really have a good opportunity to move forward and get going. So the battle between Klebot and the leader at the moment, Tom Dessau, still rages on. Now about to complete lap number 7. And these drivers really have to watch their back bumpers because Pritzai and Bruno Dos Santos are battling away, but they're also trying to work together a little bit here, as Bruno Dos Santos now sets the fastest lap of the race, say 54.540 on the completion of lap number 7. We're on to lap number 8, 6 minutes and 22 seconds still remaining plus one additional lap. And now Karl Klebot giving Tom Dessau the hurry up here. And it was just over 0.17 across the line last time around after 7 laps. And now Karl Klebot, the Baker, as he's more commonly known in these parts, when I'm normally on the circuit commentary. So also Pritzai and Bruno dos Santos have got Christoph Adams closing in on them rather rapidly. So these drivers now are starting to battle. And when you start to battle, you start to lose time. As now Dos Santos looking up the inside there through turn 12 on Pritzai. That's going to allow Christoph Adams to close in on him. And now Carl Klebot thinks again not to go for it. He's just got to be patient. And, you know, Carl Klebot, one of the nicest guys you would ever want to meet. But when you meet him on a track as a competitor, he is one of the most determined, motivated individuals I have ever come across. And when he's on fire, if anyone might remember the 2019 season, the first 8 races of the season, he had a 100% winning streak, which then lasted all of, lasted 2 rounds. And now Carl Klebot was looking towards the inside through turn number 10 there. So he's letting Dessert know that he's there in terms of positioning on the circuit. However, Tom Dessert is wise to it. He has a quick glance over the right shoulders as the 530. And now, this time, is where Carl Klebot could actually really get a good jump on him. But with 4 minutes and 30 seconds still to go, Klebot is going to wait. He's going to leave it until the last moment that he thinks when it is the right time to get that position changed to his favour and be in the lead. Christoph Adams, in the meantime, has now closed up well and truly on Bruno dos Santos on this particular occasion. And dos Santos now sees the Team Belgium overalls of Christoph Adams in the 555 just behind him. So Dos Santos is piggy in the middle. He's got to really have that opportunity of whether is he going to make it. He's going to make that decision whether he's going to attack or is he going to defend. It's down to Dos Santos to make that decision. He's looking behind. As now up the inside for the lead goes Carl Klebot. He waited until lap number 11 to get past. And on this particular occasion, it was a very, very good job by the Belgian. So a great inter-countryman battle right here at the front of the field. But Bruno dos Santos has set the fastest lap of anybody. Pritzai was about just over 2.5 tenths of a second slower on that particular occasion. But now they've got a bit of clean air, and because of the battling between Klebot and Dessert is now about a couple of kart lengths behind. Dos Santos now has a little bit of room between himself and Christoph Adams. Now he's going to go for the move. Sends it deep up the inside of Pritzai through turn 12. And does he get through? He does. Pritzai nearly had the cutback going through the exit of the corner. But Bruno dos Santos goes on the defensive line. As now Christoph Adams fancies a bite of the cherry. And the 555 now goes through. Bit of gesticulation there from Christoph Adams. I think he might have just been a little bit robust on that manoeuvre there through turn number 2. That will be down to race control. I'm just the commentator at the end of the day, but it looked a bit fairly robust, and he saw a gap, he went for it. You have to give him credit for doing that. But now Carl Klebot has a 0.362 second lead over Tom Dessert as we head into the last 2.25 minutes of this race, plus 1 additional lap. Running order with 2 minutes and 10 still to go. It's Klebot from Dessert. They're now coming through turn 12. Bruno dos Santos from France rounds out the top 3. Gap between the top 2 now is 0.592, so nearly 6 tenths of a second. And in the meantime, Carl Klebot, now that he's got clean air, has got the fastest lap of the race in his pocket, 54.462. Dos Santos in third is a further 1.6 seconds behind Dessert. Christoph Adams now trying to close on Dos Santos. There's a gap of around 9 tenths of a second. Between the pair for third and fourth, between fourth and fifth, which is Adams and Pritzai from Estonia. The gap is nearly half a second between them. Frank Lebaron, Christophe Capitan and Frederick Baker in 6th, 7th and 8th round out the running order. Every single driver is still circulating after what will now be 13 laps of competition. So we should go to, I would say, a maximum of 16 laps based on the pace of the DD2 drivers that we had before this pre-final. So 7.5 tenths between Klebold and Dessert. 60 seconds on the clock remaining. That will give us 16 laps in the books as we're now on to lap number 14. As Franck Leveron and Christophe Capitan battling away over 6th position, but the Frenchman has got a lead over his countryman so far at this particular moment in time. So Baker a little bit down in the doldrums at this particular minute. He is a further 4.769 seconds. Oh, moment for Christophe Capitan. Tags the curbs going through into the exit of turn 7 and goes spinning backwards 180 degrees. And that gives Frederick Baker a positional gain up to 7th. So Christophe Capitan lighted up the rear tyres on the slightly damp grass, and the car finally got a bit of traction. But that's not what you want when you got a set of Mojo D5 tyres and you end up on some damp grass. It's not easy to get that kart back on the circuit. But now we're on the penultimate lap number 15 out of 16 for this race, and Carl Klerbot's lead is nearly 1.3 seconds over Tom Dessert. I think the battle is going to be between those two, and maybe factor in Bruno Dos Santos and Christophe Adams. And there is the 5.99. Christophe Capitan must have had a drama that caused him to park that kart, and the Frenchman despondently walks down the grass in the middle of turn 8 and turn 10. Go on to the final lap here for the pre-final for DD2. Carl Klerbot has now started to move away and has put in a 54.7 on that particular last lap. His gap between him and Tom Dessert, with it being a Belgian 1-2 at the moment, the gap is now 1.517 seconds. Bruno Dos Santos a further 7 tenths of a second behind. Christophe Adams in 4th. Pritzai, Franck Leveron and Frederick Baker round out the 7 still running with Christophe Capitan. If everything gets all sorted for the final at 2:20 this afternoon local time in Belgium, he'll be starting from 8th and stone dead last. But Carl Klerbot has done exactly what he needed to do to put himself in prime position for the final later on, and he will take the checkered flag after 16 laps. So Carl Klerbot takes the win. Tom Dessert makes it a Belgian 1-2, followed by Bruno Dos Santos, Christophe Adams, Pritzai, Franck Leveron, and there's Goose, Frederick Baker, across the line in the 5.53. And that now means that we have one more pre-final to go before the true business end of the weekend that starts at 1:30 p.m. with the Junior Max final. We have senior road tax, and we will have 36 drivers out of the 47 that initially made it through. So here are the results. Carl Klerbot takes the victory rather nice and comfortably, and it is a Belgian 1-2 courtesy of Tom Dessert. Bruno Dos Santos in 3rd, Christophe Adams in 4th, with Pritzai, Franck Leveron and Frederick Baker completing the full 16-lap race distance. But on lap 14, disaster struck for a spinning Christophe Capitan, who promptly retired. our last pre-final gets underway. Their way out onto the 1,360 metre circuit for the pre-final. Let's have a look at the starting order for Senior Rotax, shall we? Starting on pole position will be Belgium's Luca Leistra, and we'll have the Netherlands 301 of Max Stemmerdink alongside. Finland's Juho Valtonen in the 342 will be alongside him. Will be on row 3. Alongside will be Storm Brouwer in the 338. Luca Thiel from Germany and Dylan Lahaye from Belgium round out the top 3 rows. Luna Blum from the Netherlands and Milan Koppens round out row 4 with Milan Ritter and Nick Coppens rounding out the top 10. Christian de Klein from the Netherlands will be joined by countryman Danny Prins on row 6 with Ehad Turker from Turkey and Lara Zainin from Belgium completing row 4. At row 7. Row 8, it's Luca Schoenmakers from the Netherlands and Francis Kilian Tarnier. Row 9, it is Flint Schuring from the Netherlands and Germany's Fabian Bock. Completing the top 20 is Patrick Rundqvist from Sweden and Vincent van Kouwkoffen from Belgium. Completing the 36 strong from 21st downwards. From the Netherlands, you have Sam Bergstein, Jordi van der Eyck, Bart de Wit, Jori Westerleken, Yash Ramjankan, and Tim van der Scheepop. The 350 of Victor Plateau from Belgium, Jens van der Heijden, Bennett Ahrens, Sem van Thiel, and the 6 qualifiers from the second chance heat, Mads Ries, Patrick Slokmelis, Vincent Bouteye, Gilles Clouet, Beard Dorrestein, and Colin van Lammeren. So we have 13 minutes plus an additional lap set in stone here. Every single race we've had so far, I think, has had a clean start. Let's see if the 36 Senior Rotax drivers can make sure it is a clean sweep before we go into the lunch break. And the action will resume at 13:30 local time here in Belgium, which will be in just over 3/4 of an hour. But around 15 minutes of that will be filled by these 36 warriors going into battle around this fantastic circuit. First established back in '83. And got a full redesign back in 2005. So now it is down to Leistra and Stemmerdink to control the pace as they go through the final corner. They now head into the tram lines. Are we ready? Are we steady? The revs look to rise. I think that is a false start, but it looks like they've gone through hammer and tongs because one driver on the left-hand side of the grid raised their arms. But it looks like the timer is counting down, so it is a good getaway for the pre-final. Someone's gone very, very wide coming out of turn 4 and touches the grass. I think that was one kart that is at the back of the field. The kart at the back of the field was the one that had a technical problem. That is the 374, and that is Nick Coppens that started out in the top 10. Nick Coppens' weekend has just gone from okay to pretty bad, as now Storm Brouwer, I think that is the case, is up the or is that Juho Valtonen? So Valtonen battling away with Leistra, I believe, at the front of the field. Storm Brouwer is in there. Max Stemmerdink rounds out the top 3. Dylan Lahaye up into P5, and they're all squabbling over the positions behind. Milan Ritter, I think, is factoring in there too, along with quite a few other drivers, as now Storm Brouwer looking to go up the inside of Juho Valtonen and gets the job done through turn 2. Dylan Lahaye and Luca Thiel round out the top 6 positions. Then it's Milan Koppen, Milan Ritter, Lars Zainen, Luna Blom in P10. As they're all squabbling over the same part of tarmac going through the Europalan, and it's too wide at some points of the circuit, and that's for round about 7th position at this particular moment in time as the leaders come through turn 8 and into the left at 9. Leistra leads from Stemmerdink, then it is Storm Brouwer, then it is Juho Valtonen. Dylan Lahaye rounds out the top 5 ahead of Luca Thiel and Milan Koppens. That's the top 7. Milan Ritter and Lars Zainen round out the top 9 ahead of Luna Blom, who completes the top 10, followed by Fabian Bock. And it looks like Ehad Turker is swarming in 12th position, as up to the inside of Luca Leistra goes Max Stemmerdink for the lead on lap number 3. So Nick Coppens looks to have parked it. The 374 from Belgium will start from 36th and stone dead last in the final The last race of the weekend at 14:45. There's the forlorn cart there. I'm sure that Nick Cuppins is absolutely disappointed. And that's an understatement if I'm completely truthful there. Other drivers that have made moves. Mads Rees already up into P27. The Dane is climbing in the 379. Jens van der Heijden. As all, there's a moment there for Lystra. Oh, Dylan LaHaye gets a little bit of wheel touch with Juho Valtonen and goes up into the air off of turn 10. And that is very, very dramatic. There's more drama coming through the exit of turn 12. There's a gaggle of at least 10 karts, I count, as now these straight line trains keep on happening. Milan Koppens getting feisty with Luca Thiel. And there's Luna Blum in the mix as well. Consider you've also got Dylan LaHaye, Fabian Bock and Milan Ritter. The tension now has gone to fever pitch as we have just over 3 minutes to this race completed. Still 9 3/4 minutes still to go. There are people battling up and down the order. There's a bit of a tussle. Patrick Rundqvist in the middle of that, I believe. Well, and he was battling away with Sam Bergstein and Flint Schuring. So Rundqvist had a bit of a moment. Yet Valtonen springs up the inside of teammate Storm Brouwer through turn 10. Now has Dylan LaHaye in his crosshairs. Dylan LaHaye, the 2019 Senior Rotax BNL Karting Series champion. Vice champion to that was Clayton Ravenscroft. And that was 2 weeks before Sarno. And Dylan LaHaye decided, well, I'm going to give the ticket to Ravenscroft because it's a bit too close for me. But nevertheless, this is his 8th season. He's starting it off in the best way possible as Dylan LaHaye. He's currently in P3 at the moment. As now Valtonen back up the inside of the Belgian, where he takes third position. Lystra keeping his head down, but Max Stemmerdink still leads. And we are now on lap number 5. Mads Rees has set the fastest lap of the race. Mads Rees, ladies and gentlemen, is like a Danish freight train at the moment. He's already up from 31st to 20th position, and we are on lap number 5. I'm sure that's going to change, and he's going to find himself a little bit further up the top 20. Well, Max Stemmerdink now will have probably in excess of a 1.5 second lead, as he will now come round the final corner and complete lap number 5. Gap between him and Luca Lystra actually has slightly dropped, but Juho Valtonen now goes up the inside of the Belgian through turn 2 to take position, take the second place. There is Dylan LaHaye still there. Stormbrouwer, Luca Thiel, Luna Blum has got Lars Zanen closing on her back bumper in the 397. Milan Koppens down in 9th place ahead of Germany's Fabian Bock. But then you've got a few other drivers in there as well. Christian de Klein in 12th position. Mads Rees now up into 19th. Jordi van der Eyck now up into 16th position. Patrick Slokmelis up to 26th. Gilles Clouet up into 29th. Having made his way through into this is now all sideways and a half there from Dylan LaHaye going through the inside of turn 10 on Luca Lystra. That nearly opened the floodgates, and now Stormbrouwer trying to go through the inside. Oh, and Lystra gives LaHaye a taste of his own medicine through turn 12, and now LaHaye gets compromised. Lars Zanen has got past him, Luna Blum has got past him, and could Milan Koppens also go through there as well? Lystra loses out to Stormbrouwer as Lystra nearly gets compromised in the runoff area. Luna Blum is now ahead of the 307 from Belgium, who was running at the lead of this race, and now with close to halfway completed, Zanen up the inside, LaHaye up the inside, Koppens having to avoid, Bock in the tow. These drivers now really pushing like crazy. We've got 6 minutes and 53 seconds still remaining on the clock. And this has gotten rather spicy. There haven't been too many altercations where carts have ended up off the circuit. The biggest drama was for Nick Cuppins on the very first lap. Not even had he got to possibly halfway down the Europolar before the technical issue caused him a problem, as there's another move up the inside. I think that was Milan Ritter making another move. As now the battle for the top 3 has the top 3 is really kicking off. The thing is that Max Stemmerdink has got a 1.14 second advantage ahead of Juho Valtonen. Valtonen is getting quicker and quicker by the lap and has gone over a 1/10.5 quicker that time around after lap 7 in the books. Stormbrouwer has Luca Thiel and Luna Blum closing. Luna Blum looks to the inside of Luca Thiel, nearly goes through on the inside of turn 7, but she backs out of it. Luca Lystra has now got Lars Zanen closing on his back bumper with Milan Koppens, Fabian Bock. Dylan LaHaye is now out. of the top 9. He's in P10, and he's got Lucas Schoenmakers closing on him. Mads Ries, in the meantime, is making short work of the opposition. And with 5.5 minutes to go, Mads Ries is only 7.1 seconds behind the leader, and that is Max Stemmerdink. As now, Luca Thiel and Luna Blum still battling away over P3 with Storm Brouwer. Valtonen has got the gap down to a second between himself and Max Stemmerdink, and went nearly a 1/10.5 quicker. Mads Ries has done the fastest lap of anybody, a 54.781 for the Dane. But he's now coming in with traffic. He's got past Flint Shearing. He's got Jordi van der Eyck ahead. I think might have gotten past him. As now Luna Blum up the inside of Luca Thiel through turn 9. Great job by her, and she's managed to get past, so has an opportunity at a top 3. And that will give her a lot of confidence going into the final at 14:45 this afternoon. 4 minutes and 40 still to go. Gap between Stemmerdink and Valtonen has now dropped by a further 0.17, as Valtonen has just done a 55.009. Mads Ries has now made up 16 positions. He's up to 15th from 31st at the start. He's 1.1 seconds behind the 3.99 of the Netherlands' very own Christian de Klein. So don't be at all surprised if Mads Ries really gets himself into the prime position. I think a top 10 is possible for the Dane with 4 minutes plus an additional lap still to go. But Lystra and Zanen have now joined the battle for P3. And whilst this battle has been happening, at this particular moment in time, Juho Valtonen has been on average at least a 10th or a couple of tenths, maybe even as high as 3/10 quicker than teammate from Stampex Motorsport Storm Brouwer. But Luna Blum now right in his wheel tracks, as is Luca Thiel. Now here comes Luca Lystra. Blum looking to the inside. Up the inside she goes. And also Luca Thiel decides to go through too. Runoff area used there by Storm Brouwer to get back into 4th position. But Luca Thiel unfazed. He went up the inside through turn 4. And then Luca Lystra went up the inside of Storm Brouwer in rapid succession through turn 5. Now here's Lars Zanen bump drafting on as now Lystra up the inside of Luca Thiel and round the outside. Oh my goodness me, that was round the outside from Lars Zanen on Storm Brouwer, and then Dylan LaHaye decided to cheekily put it up the inside. That's a great move from the GKS pairing. Storm Brouwer dropping down the order. He's now got Milan Koppens, Fabian Bock, and a few others behind, including Lucas Schoenmakers. And now Milan Koppens up the inside of Storm Brouwer. Schoenmakers trying to force the issue too and try and get through on the exit of turn number 12. Schoenmakers looks to his right-hand side to see if anything's going. He's going to fire it up the inside of Storm Brouwer. So Storm Brouwer now very close to being outside of the top 10. Oh, and he's caused a concertina effect. And the driver involved that has been turfed out to the right. He came into contact with Fabian Bock, and then Yanni Prince had nowhere to go. And you can see the marking on the right front of that bumper for Danny Prins. So Danny Prins able to get back onto the circuit. 2 minutes and 12 seconds still remaining. So Max Stemmerdink continues to lead. The gap between him and Juho Valtonen has been chipped away at by the Flying Finn, with plenty of Finnish Sisu in that kind of instance. The gap was 0.682 between first and second position. Luna Blum now is trying to stretch an advantage, which was over 0.8 over Luca Lystra, now down to just over 0.6. Juho Valtonen has got the gap down to just over half a second on Max Stemmerdink, as now Lars Zanen and Dylan LaHaye start battling. LaHaye fires it up the inside of his GKS teammate through turn number 3 and gets it done by 4. 90 seconds still to go. Behind them, Lucas Schoenmakers and Milan Koppens still battling away over P8. And at the minute, Schoenmakers has got that advantage. Storm Brouwer now has dropped all the way down to P10. Colin Van Lammeren has now, I think, parked the cart. So we're going to have 34 drivers hopefully finishing this race. Not as much as a race of attrition as I thought it might be, but it's been a lot closer. The thing is that on finals day, if you're in a pre-final, you try and get yourself into the best position possible. And at the moment, Juho Valtonen wants to be on pole position for that final. We've got just under 50 seconds remaining on the clock here. And Juho Valtonen is within 4/10. He's just been a 54.782. Mads Rees now has the best part of 1.4 seconds to find. And if he can get past Storm Brower before the checkered flag, he will be in the top 10 for the final. And then you have a real outside chance that that Danish protagonist will have an opportunity of becoming the 2021 BNL Karting Series Kick-off Senior Rotax champion. We're into the last 20 seconds of the race, and Juho Valtonen still pressing forward, still trying to do his level best. And look at the gap now. That is less than 3/10 of a second, I bet. And they will have another. We're now on the penultimate lap. 0.333. Lukas Schomakers has just put in the fastest lap of the race. Stormbrouwer's got past Milan Koppens for P9, but Koppens trying to mount a counter-offensive through turn 2 and into turn 3. Mads Rees now is 4/10 off of Kilian Tanier. So Mads Rees could find himself on row 6 for the final. There's a few other drivers. The likes of Mads Rees will possibly be... Well, there is Mads Rees, and he's right on the back bumper of Milan Koppens, who I think has just had Kilian Tanier come past him, and that is the case. So Mads Rees looking rather strong here as Stormbrouwer goes ultra defensive on Milan Koppens. Kilian Tanier, does he get pounced on by Mads Rees? Rees gets the move done through turn 11, and he's not done yet as the Dane. Final lap board is out. Max Stemmerdink ahead of Juho Valtonen. They go on to the 16th and final lap. Well, what a spirited drive. I think the drive of the weekend from Mads Rees. 2 DNFs in the heats yesterday, a win in heat 3, and he finished. He went from lights out to checkered flag as, look, the battle for third place. Oh, Luca. Now, that was very, very interesting indeed. Now, who's come out on top on that one? As there was one driver that was being pushed unceremoniously to the right-hand side. Luna Blum is going to be on the inside of row number 2, but that's dependent on Dylan LaHaye. As they now go through turn 10, Leicester's got Luca Thiel, Lukas Schomakers, but now the leaders come through. Is Valtonen going to pip Max Stemmerdink to the line? 67 thousandths decided it. Luna Blum, can she hold on from Dylan LaHaye? She does by 52 thousandths. Luca Leistra in there as well. They're 3 abreast at points coming across the line. Oh, and by 53 thousandths of a second. Breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. Mads Rees has made up 20 positions and was 54 thousandths of a second away from taking 10th place. But your senior Rotax pre-final winner after 16 laps of competition, Max Stemmerdink. He must be absolutely buzzing right now for 301. He finished 67 thousandths ahead of Juho Valtonen from Finland, with Luna Blom rounding out the top 3. The rounding out the top 10 is as follows. Dylan LaHaye and Luca Leistra round out a 4-5 for Belgium, with GKS and Boven respectively represented. JJ Racing's Luca Thiel, GKS's Lars Zanen, Lukas Schomakers from JJ Racing. Stormbrouwer, I think, will be kicking himself because that was a race he could have possibly have won. Ends up P9. Milan Koppens and Mads Rees round out the top 11 ahead of Kilian Tanier. Christian de Klein, who finished in 13th. Patrick Rundqvist in 14th ahead of Fabian Bock. Jordi van der Eyck, Vincent van Kouwhoffen, Erhard Turker, Milan Ritter, Patrick Slokmelis up from 32nd to 20th at the end of the race. Bennett Ahrens in 21st, Jordi Westerleken, Victor Plateau, Jens van der Heyden, Yashrab Jankan, Zem van Zyl rounding out 26th position ahead of Bart de Wit, Flint Schuring, Vincent Bouteye, Bia Dorrestein, Tim van der Scheepop, Sam Bergstein, Danny Prince, and Gilles Clouet being the last of the 34 classified finishers that finished all 16 laps, with Colin Van Lameren's race ending on lap 11, and Nick Coppens, who we see on our screens there, his race being ended at the middle of the Europolon on lap number 1. So, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the pre-final action here at the BNL Karting Series Kick-off. We're now on our official lunch break, and the next race, which starts the final stages of the kick-off, where we will count our weekend result winners as the drivers that complete the finals and get on that very ultra-important top step at 1:30 this afternoon. That's 13:30 Central European time, 12:30 UK time, and if you're maybe say in the Middle East, that'll be at 17:30 Dubai time. My name's Alex Goldschmidt, your live stream commentator. I'll be back with you just before 1:30 Central European time. So until then, see you very soon.
Kijk je dat zelfs niet bij. Dus heeft zich er al bij neergelegd en zegt ja, het is voor de rest. Ja, het is daar gewoon. Dus de bonden ze niet waren dan maakt.
Ja, das haben wir ja vorher gar nicht gemacht, das ist überhaupt nichts.
Ja gut, aber das muss ja nicht immer irgendwie. Du musst ja mal gucken, was
Jetzt
der Kunde will, ne?
Ja, wir können mal gucken, was geht. Gut, schön. Gut. Und auch die meisten Sachen, der Director Fahrmaster am München Hundertfunktion. Der hat auch irritiert. Der ist ganz eng mit uns, der kommt bei uns drauf und sagt, ja, denkt man, der ist doch ganz nah dran. Aber selbst der für den Apothekenmarkt in Deutschland, der Hauptansprechpartner für Spanisch, der fährt viele Dinge in die Tagesschau. Weil der Spanisch, der dreht sich nachts von rechts und links und denkt so, weißt du was, jetzt machen wir mal gratis Masken ab morgen in einem Weg.
Wir kriegen ja kein System rein, ne? Wie lange wollen wir das noch machen? Jetzt haben wir morgen leben wir bei 100,3, also machen wir jetzt alles dicht.
Theoretisch ja.
Ja, wie lange wollen wir das noch machen?
Ja.
Entweder kriegen wir ein System rein, ne? Und wenn wir einen Lockdown machen, dann dürfen wir die Schule nicht aufmachen und sonst irgendwas. Aber das ist ja kein Lockdown, was wir machen. Das ist doch alles für ein...
Das Schlimme ist, dass wenn du die Länder anguckst, die den Lockdown rückabgehoben haben, Österreich zum Beispiel, dass da zum Teil wieder richtig ist. Ja,
Wir waren ja in Italien zum Testen, Vorflaschen. Und wir sind im Prinzip vor dem Valentinstag. Normalerweise habe ich immer so vom Apartment bis zur Pizzeria, weil ich habe ja keine Restaurants, ich habe immer abgeholt abends, habe ich 5 Minuten gebraucht. Am Valentinstag habe ich eine 3/4 Stunde gebraucht von der Pizzeria zum Ding und ja, ganz Italien waren da dafür. Das war krank. Die waren alle essen, alle volle Programm. Und da ist ja jetzt seit Montag ist der komplett Ausgangssperre, kommst du da. Ist dasselbe hier, ich glaube, die haben einen Inzidenz von 260 oder so. Ja, in Belgien ist schon. Ja.
Wo ist der Luki schon drauf, oder was?
Bei uns haben wir jetzt 100.
Komm, wir gehen mal eine Ecke rum.
Irgendwas haben wir jetzt. Ja, aber so ist ja kein System. So kommen wir nicht voran.
Das weißt du gar nicht, wie schon ist. Wird dann sehr viel mehr getestet.
Genau. Aber ja, gut, wenn du die Dinge kaufen kannst.
Wo die durchgewuppt ist.
Ja.
10.000 Jahre.
Ja. Mein Energiepreis hat letztes Mal nicht verpackt.
Gut. Stimmt ja. Das liegt auf jeden Fall ab. Also, Herrscher, die haben alle Zeit für Kurzarbeit. Leute auch zu entlassen.
Oder wenn du den zustudiert hast, kannst du es muss man relativ schnell reagieren. Das ist das Gas geben.
Aus dem reingeholt, Einkäufe gemacht.
Ja. Das ist gut. Das ist schön zu hören.
Ich gucke.
Brauchen Sie nicht viel da. Aber unser Freund Toga war wieder.
Ja, das habe ich gesehen. Ich hatte gestern irgendeinen Insta-Post.
Der hat jetzt, glaube ich, alle Teams.
Und der Walte mit mir.
Ja, genau. Das kann er gut. Ja, da mittlerweile alle Teams durch.
Ja.
Von Carreras kurz, der war zu mit bei Dan Holland ganz kurz.
Ja, das ist
Holloway, glaube ich, und jetzt wieder Bulldog.
echt?
Ja,
Quatsch.
Der wo immer.
In jedem Team schrottet der die Karte.
Ja, meistens haben wir den Spoiler drin gehabt, aber sonst nicht.
Ist dieser ganz.
Das ist immer auch gut, ja. Er hat immer
Die sind vom Aggressionspotenzial. Ein Level.
Ja. Beim Poker ist meistens Poker durchgekommen und der andere nicht. Also, die gegen Cash hat, weil der Kasten ist immer dabei. Ja. Doch, ja. Nicht so. Nee, das spielt aber schon ganz schön.
Ja.
Ganz schön ordentlich, ja.
Ja.
Gewisse Gefahr für Spaß, Ultra,
Das ist ja alles.
alles.
Ja. Und E auch.
Ja, stimmt.
Das ist auch nicht so.
gut, die Dinger, ich weiß nicht, ob die dieses Jahr so anlaufen. Ich glaube, das waren meine allerersten Tests im X30 noch schneller.
we are live on the home of champions. This is BNL Karting Kick. This is the count for the stone. The first of four stones comes this afternoon. The first final of the classic practice weekend. The category coming up as drivers are getting ready for the play. They've got ready for the green or light to begin, and that's for the lap.
So we now get into the true business end of the weekend for the BNL Karting Series Kick-off. And it is time for our first of 4 finals race. Number 21 of the meeting, it is Junior Road Tax, 13 minutes plus an additional lap set on the timer. Here is your starting order. So it has been a clean sweep this weekend for Tomas Stolsamanis in the 213 from Latvia, and alongside him will be Kai Rielets once again from Belgium in the 274. Bruno Malders in the 271 and Nick Gerhards in the 206 round out the top 2 rows, followed by Tommy van der Stroys and Magnus Pedersen. Mikkel Pedersen will line up alongside Germany's Farin Mega on row 4 with Luke Niesen and Casper Schormans making it an all-Dutch row number 5 and thereby completing the top 10. Completing the top 20, it's Matthijs Turlo in the 242, Max Knappen in the 248, the 299 of Thomas Strauven, the 255 of Enzo Bol, the 273 of Julian Klossman, Joy Briefeld in the 205, Edgars Vidkans, Jarvi Bachmachtiuk, Joris Schoens and Ralf van der Pevert round out the top 20. And it's Days Dams, Lawrence Herbols, Vic Stevens, Montego Martsen, Olivier Jonkers, Theo Blanc and Marius Rose that round out the 27 strong grid. 13 minutes plus an additional lap set on the timer. The drivers now on their formation lap. And the winner in the final will be classed as the winner of the weekend results. And all the efforts up until this point has been a point of call for all drivers to get themselves into the prime position. Now Stolsamanis has pretty much had an easier ride than you might think, but believe you me, that driver has not been wanting or lacking in motivation and race pace throughout the weekend. So the 213, Tomas Stolsamanis will have Kai Rielets, the 2020 Rotax Max Euro Trophy champion, alongside as they now go into the tram lines, hopefully for the final time. Will we get underway? Are we ready? Are we steady? Looks like a good start. And Stolsamanis already goes defensive on Rielets, who has Bruno Malders charging up the inside of him, as it looks like Tommy van der Stroys goes through, as there are 3 stricken carts. 2 of them look to be from Dams Racing, as someone else has got a major problem, and that is the 255 of Enzo Bol from JJ Racing. Not very happy at all. But there are 2 carts. I think one of them might have been... Oh, there's been more dramas. The 298 of Lawrence Harbos and the 217. That is the other Latvian in this grid, Edgars Vilkans, who is completely despondent. And that's the 216 there of Olivier Jonkers. So 3 drivers. Now there was a moment going through turn 2, so I think those 3 may have been involved, but Edgars Vilkans absolutely despondent that he can't take part in proceedings, but it looks like there's been a change for second position. Well, actually, make that the lead. Nick Gerhards is in front, but Stolsamanis and Rielets trying to go through. Oh, the front axle of Gerhard's car goes skywards going through the exit of turn 2 and into turn 3. Looks like Tommy van der Stroys has got past, of all people, Kai Rielets, and now he's quickly deposed of Bruno Malders through turn 6. So Tommy van der Stroys has become one of the dark horses. Now, look behind, because Farin Mega up to 8th, Casper Schorman 7th, and Magnus Pedersen, yellow flags, and they're being told to slow down going through turn 10. So I'm wondering, have we got a full course caution? So, yeah, yellow flags through turn 11. So they are not at overtaking speed. So the race has effectively been neutralised. Yeah, full course yellow. Full course yellow, it looks like. So that is meaning that the race has been somewhat neutralised. No red flag has been brandished as of yet. So the driver's being informed just to go at formation lap speed. And we have 4 carts stricken at the circuit, which is now going to involve a bit of a clear up. So Vilkans out, Enzo Boll out, Lawrence Herbos, Olivier Yonkers. Those are the 4 out of the 27 whose karts are no longer taking any further participation in this race after what was a dramatic first lap. So still a full course yellow. There's Enzo Boll on the marshal post that is in between turns 4 and turn 10. So unfortunately, Enzo Boll's race has come to an abrupt halt. So has Edgard Vilkans, Lawrence Herbos and Olivier Yonkers, who I saw sort of bending forward ever so slightly. So whether Yonkers had a little bit of the wind knocked out of his sails. So just making obviously this is a great this is the right call by the race director and race control to have it as a full course yellow. And I would imagine that that's probably going to be. Now you can see on turn 5 there's 3 karts stricken to the left. Enzo Boll's is exit stage right as of turn 4. So they're just wanting to make sure that it is safe to go back racing again. Obviously with the protocols that have been put into place for this weekend, every single individual that has ended up on site, including those that have ventured from other countries to come here, they've had to have a mandatory negative PCR test result within 72 hours of arriving. So the result must be within 72 hours of arriving at the circuit. Staff have also been tested on site. So there is a mobile test centre. And obviously we have had to go by the strict Flemish government and also Ministry of Sport regulations this weekend. So still the full course yellow is being waved circuit wide. So a little bit of an opportunity to catch your breath. It looks like we've got some people parked up just off the Europalan and watching from there. We're not actually allowed to welcome spectators into the site itself. It's only the people that are mandated and allowed to enter the site. So we must say a big thank you to the Ministry of Sport of Belgium, also the Royal Automobile Club of Belgium, the Flemish Belgian government, also the Limburg region and the Mayor of Genk for their assistance in helping this event to come to fruition. Looks like we're going back under green flag racing conditions with 7.5 minutes to go. So everyone starting to pick up speed. We're now going to complete our 5th lap. And now it is Stolsemanis, as it's definitely an inter-team battle between Kai Rielitz and Bruno Molders. Tommy van der Stroys in 3rd place. Magnus Pedersen in 6th. Casper Schaumann 7th, but is being closed in on by Faren Mega. But Nick Gerhard's looking to get his opportunity. Now he is a race winner in the BNL Karting Series last year in Junior Rotax. As there are more changes for position, Magnus Pedersen has got past Bruno Molders, and right up his rear exhaust pipe is Casper Schaumanns from Stampex Motorsport. And Mattis Turlo is there too. Nick Gerhard's up the inside of Thomas Stolsemanis for the lead through the right-hander at turn 10 on lap 6. Now Van der Stroys factors in. And that is Stolsemanis retaking the lead from Gerhard's going through turn 12. Magnus Pedersen up into 5th place. Now Tommy van der Stroys in 3rd behind Nick Gerhard's. Kai Rielitz has closed in on them and was the best part of over 0.3 of a second quicker than the leader. Nick Gerhard's nearly goes up the inside of Thomas Stolsemanis there, but that allows Tommy van der Stroys to go to his right-hand side, down the Europalan, goes the 254 from Combi Kart Racing Team and gets through into 2nd position. So nice bit of anticipation there from Tommy van der Stroys. Kai Rielitz looking to seize his opportunity and get the chance to get up into 3rd place. Everyone wants to have bragging rights, momentum and confidence going through into the first round of the season, which is scheduled to take place in just 2 weeks' time at this very circuit. That will be the Easter Bank holiday weekend, and that will be 1 week before the opening of the Euro Trophy for 2021. As now, Tommy van der Stroys will lose 2 positions, but Kai Rielitz trying to get up into second from 4th place. Gets a set of, well, the brakes get held onto proceedings, courtesy of Nick Gerhard's, going through into turn 2, but then Rielitz trying to go side by side. Gerhards takes a look to the right, but Rielitz gets through on turn 7. And then Tommy van der Stroys, and now Magnus Pedersen. Oh, van der Stroys goes up the inside of Gerhards going through turn 9. That allows Pedersen to also go through, but Gerhards retakes the position back through turn 10. Just behind them is the recovering Bruno Mulders. And up the inside goes Pedersen on Gerhards through turn number 12. Gerhards now counter-attacks, going down the start-finish straight. Mulders right behind him. Looks like the pair of them could go through on the Dane through into turn 2. Looks to be the case, and they have both made it stick. Nice and clean from the pair of them. Mikkel Pedersen up to P8 ahead of Joop Riefeld. Thomas Strouwen up into P10 ahead of Marius Rose, who started down in 27th and stone dead last. So the Dane has been making his way through the field, as has Julian Klosman up into 12th position. Farin Mega rounds out the top 13 ahead of Kasper Schormans and Max Knappen. Schormans' run in the top 10 looks to be over and done with, I'm afraid. However, he's done a pretty standout performance in his first competitive race weekend in Junior Road Tax. So good on Kasper, just 11 years of age, based out of the Netherlands. 3.5 minutes to go, and now the chase is on. Now the biggest thing here is Mulders goes up the inside of Gerhards through turn 2 to take 4th place. Rielitz and van der Stroys need to start working together. If they want to go for the win, they've got to close on Stoltz. So Rielitz has got to take the upper hand here and effectively not dictate, but sort of like in passing, state to Tommy van der Stroys, right, you want to go for the victory? Come with me. Let's bring the battle to Stoltz. Gerhard's still battling away with Bruno Mulders. And that is for 5th on the road. So a good showing for Mulders in his debut race weekend with JJ Racing, having swapped for 2 X-Free chassis machinery underneath him from CRG as of 2020. So a lot of testing has gone on over the extended winter period, obviously with the current situation across the globe. However, to see that these drivers are going back racing is a wonderful sight, I think, not just for myself, even though I'm over here in the United Kingdom, but for everyone watching at home, and also those actually trackside at this particular moment. And a real great effort, a Herculean effort by Dave Ritson and the team to get everything into, you know, to get as much as we could. Obviously disappointed that Micro Mini could not be here with us this weekend, but obviously we have to go by the decree. Oh, now there's been a bit of an angle, and that has involved a couple of carts. Now that was possibly Kasper Schormans, maybe. That looked like a Kart Republic chassis. One driver's getting out of the car. Oh, it's one of the Pedersens. That's Miguel Pedersen, and I think he had a clash with Mathis Turlo going through turn 9. They were literally on each other's bumpers. So Mathis Turlo, running in the 242, also had a bit of a drama. Well, Mathis Turlo stays in 9th position. Marius Rose now up into 10th ahead of Farin Mega. So Magnus Pedersen becomes the 5th driver that will retire from this race, and it's in the dying stages. Pedersen was up in the top 6. So a real disaster for the young Dane, but brother Mikkel is a little bit further up the order. He's actually where his brother was, in 6th position. So this now really does showcase how close it can be. And there is a very despondent, unfortunately, Magnus Pedersen walking to the marshal post. Another driver having to sit by the sidelines as if it was a case of woulda, coulda, shoulda, the right there and then. 40 seconds on the clock. Thomas Stoltz still leads, but Kai Rielitz trying to fight back. I think it's going to be a little too late for the 274 from Belgium, local to these parts here. And also to this track, a little bit of argy-bargy, a little bit further back there. And I think Marius Roos trying to battle away with Farin Mega and Max Knappen as Casper Schormans. That was Luke Neeson scything his way up the inside, and then all of a sudden, Julian Klorman. Oh, contact for Schormans, who goes backwards into the barriers on the penultimate lap of the race. And that was at around about 60 kilometres an hour. So yellow flags. And that was because one impetuous move from Julian Klosman meant that he went towards the outside. And last lap board will be out. Tomas Stolsamanis from Latvia starts his 2021 BNL Karting Series campaign in the right way possible. There are some penalties being issued out. I can't see it from my position. But more dramas as now Nick Gerhard's up the inside of Bruno Mulders for P4. But Mulders retakes the position through turn 3. Some great switchbacks from both drivers through turns 2 and 3. Great racing room and racing respect. These drivers might be hard rivals as now Mulders goes towards the inside, cuts across the front of Gerhard's through into the turn 7 right-hander off of the Europolan. But Stolsamanis has been rather untroubled all weekend long. Pole position in qualifying, 3 rapid successive heat victories, and he won the pre-final earlier on today. But through turn 12 for RM Latvia, the number 213 on the Cosmic chassis, Latvia's Tomas Stolsamanis provisionally wins the BNL Karting Series Kick-off for 2021, and you can see the frustration for Kai Hillets, who wanted to be on the top step, but jubilation for Tommy van der Stroys from the Netherlands in the 254. A great debut for him for Combi Kart Racing Team, rounding out the top 3. But Tomas Stolsamanis stole the show from all and sundry here at Karting Genk. He's done what we call in the United Kingdom the Grand Chelem. He's literally been the top dog. No one, not even the 2020 Euro Trophy champion Kai Hillets, could answer the Latvian. So let's have a look at the final provisional results for the BNL Karting Series Kickoff for Ginny Rotaxas. Stolsamanis now knows he's got to start celebrating, and his crew will be absolutely jubilant here at Karting Genk. Stolsamanis wins by 0.2 of a second ahead of Kai Hillets, who was close but not close enough to take the kickoff. Van der Stroys in 3rd ahead of Bruno Mulders. Good showing by Nick Gerhards, leading the race at one point, finishing P5. Mikkel Pedersen in 6th, whilst quite a few other drivers lost their head a little bit. Joip Briefeld 7th, Thomas Strauven 8th, Matthias Turlo, Max Knappen rounds out the top 10. Farin Mega, Marius Roos up from 27th to 12th at the end of the race. Luke Neeson, Vic Stevens, Julian Klosman, Thijs Dams, Javi Bachmachtiuk, Ralph van der Pevert, Montego Masson, Jori Schoens, and Theo Blount round out the 21 drivers that made it to the end of the race after 14 laps. Casper Schormans' race came to an abrupt end on the penultimate lap following a move by Julian Klosman. So I'm wondering if that is going to be investigated. Magnus Pedersen out on lap number 11 after a collision between him and Matthias Turlo, I believe. There is one of the 5 other drivers. There is Enzo Boll being picked up by the recovering Mitsubishi Outlander. And then we have the 298 of Lawrence Herbos, the 217 of Edgards Vilkans. You'll also have the 216 of Olivier Yonkers with also Magnus Pedersen's kart now needing to also be picked up. So the main thing is that by your screens, as always, the expedient, speedy work by our Clear Up crew here at Karting Genk. They do a fantastic job. We are having a slight delay. Obviously, we had a slight delay before we went racing, but there is going to be a slight delay whilst they pick up the remaining karts. There will be a few others, so they'll have Casper Schormans. He'll be off of turn 6. We also have Magnus Pedersen's kart, which will be on the inside grass of turn 9. So 4 out of 6 drivers now being put on the trolley. So we will have the other 2 of Kasper Schormans and Magnus Pedersen. So Latvia taking provisionally, or being the first nationality to take a provisional victory in terms of finals, where we still have 3 more to go. We'll have DD2 up next, DD2 Masters, and then Senior Rotax again will close the show. And one of the biggest things is that obviously from my perspective, being based in the United Kingdom, obviously with the current restrictions, no British competitors here this weekend. And that means that one of the people that is one of the most recent additions to the BNL Karting Series Kick-off Roll of Honour, and I know he and his dad are watching, Matthew Higgins, who made his Senior Rotax debut at this very event just over 12 months ago at 14 years of age, the youngster based out of Trafalgar in Wales, son of 10-time American Rally champion David Higgins. Hopefully we'll see David and Matthew back in Europe at some point. So there we go. There are 5 out of the 6 karts, and that's one of the more disappointing sights that we see in karting. It is pure racing, but parts have been sort of broken. And one of the biggest disappointments, I think, not only for Kasper Schormans, but also for this driver here, Magnus Pedersen. So this just shows that there are high points like Thomas Stolzmann coming across the line, but then also this is one of the things that we do find that can be very difficult, but the drivers will be able to pick themselves up and come back fighting. And I'm sure with the likes of Kasper Schormans, who has, I'll be completely honest here, out of all the drivers that have impressed me this weekend, a big thank you to his father, Rob, for contacting me before the weekend and saying, you know, keep your eyes on my boy, here's some information. Well, I've kept my eyes on Kasper for a couple of years, and now to see him move up to Junior Rotax with Stan Peck's Motorsport, and you know, a great team there, using the Kart Republic chassis to great effect. Quite a few drivers, obviously Nick Gerhard's being in the top 5. Now we've got to see what Juho Valtonen and Stormblad do in Senior Rotax a little bit later on, but obviously up next, their main charge in DD2 will be Sander Schurblack, who will start 4th on the grid. But as always, a big thank you to our recovery crew. And I still remember one particular weekend last season, the battery went flat on a particular Mitsubishi Overlander, and luckily enough, we were able to get a very, very quick replacement at short notice, thanks to the local community. So this is where now the drivers for DD2, 16 of them, they'll have another 13 minutes plus an additional lap. It was Ville Villainen that took the victory last time out. Paulo Bissan-Senez has put himself, the Frenchman from France, with KMD, has a chance now to possibly secure his first victory of the 2021 season here at the BNL Karting Series. But never count out these drivers of Glenn Van Parijs and Sander Schurblack. So we now go on to the sighting lap for DD2, a rapid turnaround, so we're running about 5 minutes behind schedule. Here's your starting grid. So Ville Villainen from Finland will have Paulo Bissan-Senez alongside him from France on the front row. Then it is Glenn Van Parijs, the 2020 champion for the BNL Karting Series in this class, and alongside him he will have now former teammate and also chief rival, 2-time BNL Karting Series DD2 champion in 2018 and 2019, Genks' very own Sander Schurblack. Anthony Millet from France and Mick Knowlton from the Netherlands round out row number 3. Yannick Gustens and Sebastian de Grand in the 490 and the 447, making an all-Belgian 4th row. Richard Soubekis from Latvia and Denmark's Matthias Lund round out the top 10. Aymeric Gerhard from France, Imke Arts from the Netherlands, Mikkel Tigerson from Denmark, Hannes Border from Germany, Jordi Clairbolt from Belgium, and France's Enzo Boulogne round out the 16-strong grid. 13 minutes plus an additional lap now set on the timer. The red lights will be ignited on the starting gantry. So the Junior Rotax final. Obviously those results that were called a bit earlier on, about 5 minutes ago or so, are provisional. And we'll wait to see if any front fairing on terms of that. And the Junior Max final has had 5 front fairing penalties. So that is going to change quite a few things on the order. A big thank you to you all for watching on the YouTube stream. A big thank you also to MW Race Consulting and Camp Company GmbH for their provision of the live timing and the streaming all the way through the weekend. It's been a real pleasure. Even though I'm back home here in the United Kingdom, it's a pleasure to be on the commentary once again. But DD2 set for battle for one final time. Who is going to win the kickoff here at Karting Genk? Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights out, we're off and racing, and a good start from Ville Villainen as Glenn van Parijs gets his way past Paulo Bessancenes. Zandvoort Schriblak now down into P5 as Anthony Millet trying to go around the outside of Zandvoort Schriblak. I think that gave him a bit of a wake-up call. Yanni Gustens just behind the two-time champion from 2018 and 2019. But at the moment, Ville Villainen now being closed in on by Glenn van Parijs, Paulo Bessancenes, Anthony Millet in 4th place ahead of Zandvoort Schriblak, Yanni Gustens in 6th, Mick Knowlton 7th. It looks like Richard Soubekis has already made his way up a bit further up the order as Yanni Gustens gets passed by Mick Knowlton going into turn 10. De Grand now trying to go through on the 408 of Matthias Lund through turn 11, and then the Belgian gets through on the Dane. The Dane tries to counter-attack through turn 12. Line astern for the total 16-strong grid as we are now on to lap number 2 of this race with 12 minutes to go. Villainen, Van Parijs and Bessancenes at the front of the field. Millet up into 4th. Now starting to drop Zandvoort Schriblak. Knowlton up into 6th and is closing on the former 2-time champion. Soubekis showing some very, very good pace, but Ville Villainen is fastest out there, but not too far behind is Glenn van Parijs, just under a 10th and a half off in pure lap time last time around was the Belgian, the 401, who ran with the 4, it was either the 415 or the 419 last year, as Bessancenes, oh, that was very cheeky. He goes up the inside of Van Parijs, but Van Parijs has no alternative but to use the runoff area. Bessancenes up the inside of Van Parijs as Millet gets pounced on by Schriblak through turn 12, and now it's all kicking off because Ville Villainen now has a second lead over Bessancenes, and that is what the Finn needed. He needed a gap to start pulling away from the rest of them, and when the rest of the field start fighting for the scraps on the tables, you now know that this is going to be an absolute dogfight. Mano y mano for the next few laps. So Villainen going through turn 8. A little bit further back, there was some good battling between Aymeric Gerhard, Hannes Border. That's for 12th position. So drivers not out of the woods yet. Schriblak now closing on Van Parijs, who has dropped back from Bessancenes. But depending on how hard this quartet behind the French driver wants to push, as up the inside of Imke Arts goes Hannes Border. That was for what was 11th, for 12th position. And funnily enough, he made it through turn 12. But now the race really starts motoring on. 3 minutes down, 10 minutes to go. Van Parijs now closing on Bessancenes for 2nd position. He's bringing along Schriblak, Millet, Knowlton. Gustens not too far behind either, probably about the best part of half a second adrift. And And he's down in 7th position. Imke Arts looking to go back up the inside of Hannah's border through turn 7. Has she made it through? We'll find out momentarily. But it looks like that she might have had enough momentum carried to get through on this particular occasion. She has done so. So Hannah's border now has dropped to 13th position. Has Jordi Klebot behind Mikkel Tigerson and Enzo Boulogne still all running. We're about to complete lap number 4. And the war of words, well, the war of throttle pedals at the front of the field has definitely been changing in terms of pace as Anthony Millet looked up the inside of Zander Triblack going through turn 2. Knowlton up the inside of Millet going through turn 3. So when Millet made a mistake, it opened the door for Knowlton to get through. So the Dutchman responds in kind and takes the position. Now Knowlton closing on Zander Triblack, but has got Millet closing in on him. So Millet running on the EOS chassis, running in the colours of RM Concept, governed by Morgan Riesch. So these drivers still pushing their way forward. And the biggest conundrum here now, Van Parijs had the pace to catch Villeviliainen, but the person that is now catching Villeviliainen is Paulo Besancenes. So the Frenchman from the KMD crew, running in the 4:05 entry. Trying to close, and now he's gone even quicker than anybody else. So 53.775 from the Frenchman is now up the inside of Zander Triblack, fires Mick Knowlton through into turn 2, made it nice and clean there by the Dutch driver, 2018 Euro Trophy vice champion in senior Rotax before he made the jump to DD2. The conversations that I always had with Mick, he was like saying, yeah, I'm thinking of buying a house. Not too sure if I might retire this year. Well, Mick still has got the pace that he had from 2018 in his pocket. And if you can keep... Oh, Anthony Millet, that was a brilliant move up the inside of Zander Triblack. Now here comes Jarni Gustens. And then you look behind, Matthias Lund is in the distance as well, as is the Latvian of Rikards Zubekis. And now up the inside of Zander Triblack. Oh, goes Jarni Gustens and nearly tangles with Anthony Millet. Oh my goodness me, that was close and then some. I think that was a bit of an overzealous overtake from Jarni Gustens on Zander Triblack, and he nearly collected Anthony Millet in the process, but Millet hangs on for 5th position, but has got Triblack, Matthias Lund, Jarni Gustens, and now Ricard Subekis. Sebastian de Gron could factor in probably in the next couple of laps or so, because he is very much in contention for possibly higher than a P10 finish. So this is where these drivers now have to start fighting. But they have to start fighting forward. They can't, if they start squabbling between themselves, Viliainen might get away with it, but he's not getting away with it because Paulo Besancenes was 2.5 tenths behind last time. He's 2.5 tenths behind now. And Besancenes and Viliainen said exactly to the decimal point. 3 there is. 53.815, but Besancenes on lap number 6 posted the fastest lap of the race of 53.670. And Viliainen now can feel that there is a possibility as Zubekis goes up the inside of Gustens, going through turn 6 onto the Europlan. Leaders now coming through turn 8. These drivers now know that this could be the opportunity they need, and Glenn Van Parijs has started moving away from Mick Knowlton. Now he's got some clear air. Glenn Van Parijs can start pushing. He was 3 tenths off of the 2 leaders in terms of lap pace last time around, and he's been running in the last 3 laps in the low 54s as Hannes Border battling away with the likes of Imke Arts, Jordi Klebot, Mikkel Tigerson and Enzo Boulogne for what is effectively 12th position as the leaders just over 2 tenths apart. Besancenes waiting for his opportunity to strike. And the gap between Besancenes and Van Parijs now just over 1.8 seconds. Zander Triblack down in what is effectively 6th position. It's not where we customarily see him, but he's done some testing on the Kart Republic chassis. He did some of that earlier on this year in Italy at Adria, I believe, when SP Motorsport headed down there. So Viliainen still leading. We've got 5 minutes on the clock to go, and now the battle really starts to wage on, as that is Anthony Millet. He's dropped down the yard. Oh, he's clashed with Jarni Gustens. Gustens spat out exit stage right. Going through the exit of turn 11, Yanni Gussens tried to get past Anthony Millet, and he is absolutely furious. Just banging the steering wheel with the right-hand side. And I think that is Anthony Millet coming out of turn 12. And I think his race is done and dusted as well. That's a real shame. Yanni Gussens wanted to get himself into the top 5. And that clash between him and Anthony Millet will definitely, I think, have some sort of potential ramification afterwards. That is down to the stewards to decide. But the battle for the lead continues on. And Glenn Van Parijs, he's still stuck in the low 54s. I think he's just sort of thinking, well, it's the kickoff, it's a tune-up event. I'd love to win it, but I'm not close enough. And he's 2 seconds off of Bessan Senes. So Bessan Senes has about 5 minutes. So that will give us another 6 or 7 laps still to go. And Bessan Senes got a little bit closer to Villiainen for the lead there. And the gap between Bessan Senes, so Anthony Millet, has pulled to the side of the road off of turn 12. The Frenchman's day is done. A real shame for the RM Concept driver. And that means his race is done. Oh, launching that and then some was Paolo Bessan Senes up the inside of Villiainen with 3.5 minutes on the clock through turn 7. He was just waiting and biding his time, and I think he just got that full-on joie de vivre motivation going through into the Europolan. But now it's one thing to be the hunter. Now it's a different proposition to become the hunted. And if these two start battling over the next 3 minutes, Glenn Van Parijs might get that sign that he needs. Well, the gap has come down. It's gone down by 0.3 of a second to 1.8. So Bessan Senes and Villiainen need to keep fighting for Glenn Van Parijs to have an opportunity. We've got just under 2 minutes and 50 seconds plus an additional lap still to go. Villiainen closing on Bessan Senes. So it's France versus Finland at the front of the field, followed by Belgium and the Netherlands. Top 4 representing 4 different nationalities. Out of I think it was 11 or 12 nationalities here this weekend. 98 drivers registered for the event and made it here to this 1,360 metre circuit. But at the moment, Thomas Stolzemanis is the first driver to have provisionally won a kick-off title. Paolo Bessan Senes could make it 2 different nationalities from 2 if he hangs on ahead of Villiainen. A personal best from Glenn Van Parijs in the 4:01 from Bouvin Power. But I think his opportunity has gone away with the tumbleweeds. As much as I hate to say it, it is just the realistic facts of life. But Paolo Bessan Senes has 1 minute and 38 seconds plus an additional lap. That will give us another 3 laps of racing. So Bessan Senes and Villiainen still separated by about 0.3 between the pair of them. So if Villiainen can go that little bit quicker than Bessan Senes, because over the last 3 laps, Bessan Senes has gone sub 54 and he's gone sub 54 for the 3rd time out of 4 laps. 1 minute and 7 seconds on the clock remaining. Bessan Senes has kept it planted ahead of Villiainen. Villiainen needs to be within 0.2 of a second to get up close and personal. And if the cart starts to go sideways and those tyres have started going off on the rear of that cart, Villiainen will have to settle for 2nd position. I think Glenn Van Parijs has already resigned himself to the final step of the rostrum. Be a good, nice way to start the season, as we will now head on to the 15th and penultimate lap of this race. Paolo Bessan Senes from KMD Le Mans will now lead once again. 2 more laps remaining. Bessan Senes has in his wheel tracks Villiainen, who was within 0.2. Could Villiainen possibly mount a last-ditch effort? He can do it through turn 7. He can do it through into turns 1 and 2 on the final lap of the race. But Bessan Senes has probably got himself well and truly readied for the Finnish firestorm that is coming his way, as Jordi Clairbout and Matthias Lund, I think, are stricken on the outside of turn 7 as the leaders come through turn 9. 3 retirements in total. Anthony Millet on lap 9, Yuri Klebold and Matthias Lund within a couple of laps of the French driver from RN Concept. And Richard Subekis is in 6th position, closing in on Zander Schublak. But we go on to the 16th and final lap for DD2. Ville Villelainen looking not on this occasion. Paolo Besancenes knew that the Finn was ramping up his attack on the final lap of the race, but Paolo Besancenes just has another 6 corners to go after this one, after the long Europolan back straight. He looked to the right, he goes defensive down the Europolan, goes into turn 7, and the triple 4 of Anthony Millet had an unsafe rejoin, so to add insult to injury, he gets a 5-second time penalty for an unsafe rejoin, but 3 more corners remain. Besançon is now starting to put the defensive on. Through into turn 11, Villelainen can sense an opportunity, but Besançon goes deep onto the defensive line through the final corner. Villelainen will try and put the hammer down. It's going to be a drag race to the finish, and Besançon wins it by 54 thousandths of a second. So Paolo Besançon will hit the top step provisionally at the podium celebrations this afternoon. Glenn Van Parijs rounds out the top 3. So that means that we have 3 different nations on the provisional podium. France, courtesy of that man on your screens at home, Paolo Besançon. Ville Villelainen from Finland, from RS competition, rounds out the top 2, with Belgium's Glenn Van Parijs in the 401 from Bouvin Power rounding out the top 3. Let's have a look at the remainder of the finishing order for DD2 in the final for the BNL Karting Series Kick-off. 4th place is the number 403 from the Netherlands, as there's a nice little wave and a clap to the team there, I'm sure, from Paolo Besançon, who's absolutely jubilant, and I'm sure that Gallic grin is wider than the smile on the Cheshire Cat from Alice in Wonderland. He's absolutely deserved that. Timed it to perfection. Mick Knowlton takes 4th ahead of Zander Schublak in the 402. Richard Subekis has had a good run up the field, finished 6th at the end, ahead of Sebastian Legrand. Aymeric Guérin and Hannes Bodder round out the top 9. Good showing for Imke Arts as well. The Dutch driver in the 421 running on the Berolart chassis rounds out the top 10. Enzo Boulogne, Mikkel Tigerson and Yannick Gussens representing France, Denmark and Belgium respectively all made it to the end of the 16-lap race, with Matthias Lund and Yuri Klebold, I think, being the ones that are stuck on the outside of turn number 7 at the end of the Europlan. Well, I saw Yuri Klebold's kart there, with Anthony Millet's race ending abruptly on lap number 9. As you can see on your screens at home, the 2 drivers being brought back to Parc Fermé. Anthony Millet in the number 444. There is Yuri Klebold, the son of Carl Klebold, who has just competed, well, is set to compete in the DD2 Masters Final, which is coming up next. So, firstly, these drivers will have the opportunity to now get this race weekend over and done with, and then come back fighting. First round of the BNL. Well, for those wondering about the calendar, you can already see it on our website, bnlkartingseries.com. But the calendar, obviously, this is dependent on possible fluctuations with the current global situation regarding the pandemic. The first round of the season set to take place in just 2 weeks' time between the 3rd and the 4th of April 2021. Also at the BNL Karting Series, we are looking forward to heading back to Karting des Fagnes, based in the Namur region, in Marienburg on the 3rd to the 4th of July, and then back here for the 9th and the 10th of October to conclude the 14th season. Now, it is our penultimate race of the weekend, race 23 of the meeting, DD2 Masters. Let's give you our starting grid for these drivers for one final time, 8 in total. So, Kyle Clermont will start from pole position, having won the pre-final earlier on today, with Tom Dessert rounding out the front row. So it's an all-Belgian affair on the front row. Bruno Dos Santos in third place, representing France in the 503 entry. We'll have the 555 of Christophe Adams, who is running with the Dutch flag this weekend. They are on row 2. Pritsai, who took a heat win yesterday, the only Estonian, if memory serves me correctly, that's here with us this weekend. In the 501, he starts on the inside of row 3 on 5th on the grid. And alongside him will be Franck Laverne in the 529 from France. That completes row 3. Then we got Frederick Goose Baker in the 553 from Belgium. He'll be on 7th place on the inside of row 4, and alongside him will be Christophe Capitain in the 599 from France, who unfortunately retired in the pre-final earlier on, just literally the penultimate race before the lunch break today. So it's Clermont from Dessert, Dos Santos, Adams, Sai, Laverne, Baker and Capitain. So can De Backer, Carl Clermont reclaim an opportunity to go into the season, the 2021 season, with a lot of confidence, because Tom Dessert will look to do a repeat here, because he won the kickoff in absolutely torrential conditions around this time last year. So now they get themselves ready. They're on the latter part of the formation lap. And after this, we have one more race remaining. 36 senior Rotax drivers will compete for the crown. And who will be the next person on the honour roll list after Wales's Matthew Higgins from last season? Your guess is as good as mine, but there's plenty of drivers that can go for it. However, DD2 Masters now head into the tram lines one more time, ladies and gentlemen. Are we ready? Are we steady? Looks like they've got the revs down, and we are off and racing. And a good start from Clermont as Dos Santos goes up the inside of Dessert through into turn 2. And Christophe Adams is behind Pritsai at this particular moment in time. And it looked like Franck Laverne was also trying to get his way through, as Frederick Baker has got past Christophe Capitain and is behind Franck Laverne at the moment. So Laverne rounds out the top 6 into turn 7 for the first time of asking. Carl Clermont trying to put the hammer down. Bruno Dos Santos got an absolutely brilliant start and managed to mug Tom Dessert on the start phase. But we still have over 12 and a quarter minutes remaining, plus an additional lap in this race, as Baker goes defensive on Capitain through turn 10. And we're about to complete the first lap. So hopefully, if we don't have any issues with any incidents or whatnot, we could still be on for 16 laps of DD2 Masters action. So Dos Santos just 4 tenths behind. Then it's a further nigh on 4 tenths back to Tom Dessert, who is closing in on the 503 from France. And Dessert will look to get the upper hand. Dos Santos running on the Sodi Kart chassis. Dessert running on the Sol Expri chassis this weekend. in this class, obviously running under GKS Lemon's power. As it's getting rather feisty for fifth position, well, fourth position. And you look at who is ahead now. Well, that is fifth position, is now Franck Levin nearly had Frederick Baker going up the inside of him through into turn 10, but then Christophe Capitan now tries to go up the inside of Baker through into turn 12. Can't get through that time. Clairbot, Dos Santos, Dessert, Adams now up into fourth place and trying to close down. The Atomica chassis that he's running on looks very familiar. Looks more like a possibility of maybe a Kart Republic style chassis, just judging by the front bumper and the front Nassau panel on there. But Tom Dessert closing in on Bruno Dos Santos and Carl Clairbot, the top three covered by just over 7/10 of a second after just 2 laps. We're on lap 3 with 10 minutes and 35 seconds still on the clock to go. And with the way things are at the moment, Carl Clairbot, if it was to finish now, he would be declared the kick-off champion. I'm sure about many things, and one that I'm definitively sure about is that Tom Dessert wants to defend his title from last season. Dessert didn't have the best run in 2020, with a very, very topsy-turvy campaign. And Carl Clairbot will look to have that opportunity of maybe going for a second title in 3 years. Didn't really have the best of luck last season in the BNL Karting Series. He also took part in some of the rounds of the Euro Trophy last season as well, amongst others. And Pritzai still keeping ahead of Franck Levin, and also Frederick Baker and Christophe Capitan rounding out the top, the 8 strong that are still running. And when you think about it, we'll have 4.5 times that amount at quarter to 3 this afternoon, which is probably about 18 minutes away. But these drivers still now pushing, and they will keep on pushing. Tom Dessert looks to close, and he has set the fastest lap of the race on lap 3, 54.998 from the 5:30. They go across the line. We've now completed 4 laps. We're on to lap 5, and Tom Dessert has gone even quicker still. He's 2/10 exactly to the decimal point ahead of Carl Clairbot in terms of pure race pace. Now Bruno Dos Santos feels the heat. As they say, if you can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen. Well, it's definitely a very hot kitchen where Bruno Dos Santos is sitting. As there goes Tom Dessert up the inside through turn 6 and onto the Europlan. Now the battle truly starts factoring in right now, and we still have to wait for it to unfold before our very eyes. But Tom Dessert, great move there by him, just really carrying the momentum through turns 3, 4 and 5, and hooked it up in turn 6. So Clairbot looking to do his level best, but with Tom Dessert running so quick in that X-Prix in comparison with the kart that Carl Clairbot has underneath him, and that particular occasion by 0.5 exactly, Carl Clairbot was quicker than Tom Dessert. Bruno Dos Santos is keeping in check. Christophe Adams in the meantime has gone into the high 54.6s. So the 555 now starting to come alive a little bit here. He won one of the heats yesterday, had a second, and also had a disqualification post race 3. But Carl Clairbot really just needs to cross the T's and dot the I's and not make any mistakes, and allow or afford any sort of welcome opportunity to be given to Tom Dessert in the next 7 minutes and 40 seconds. Good to see Bruno Dos Santos keeping in check with them at this particular moment. But now the battle at the top 3 really starting to heat up. Christophe Adams again. He's just set exactly the same lap time in 2 laps. So Christophe Adams now has got the gap down to the likes of Dos Santos, Dessert and Clairbot. And if I'm honest here, Christophe Adams did a 54.699 second lap time twice in a row. I don't think he can make lightning strike thrice again, can you, Christophe? So they do say that sometimes lightning does strike twice, but who knows? Christophe Adams could be the one that decides otherwise this afternoon. 6 minutes and 38 seconds, just about to hit half time here in the final for DD2 Masters. And now the race really begins. Tom Dessert has got to within 1.7 tenths of a second of Carl Klebert. So I would think in the next lap or two, Tom Dessert will go for that move that could ultimately decide if he is the victor. But what you've got to remember from the pre-final is that Carl Klebert had Tom Dessert going up the inside of him, but then Klebert played the smart game, played the strategist game, did a bit of the Alain Prost, le professeur sort of tactic, you know, doing the absolute maximum that you need, or absolute minimum you need, to be there at the right place at the right time. And maybe Bruno Dos Santos is possibly doing that at the moment. Through turn 12, we're about to complete lap number 8, and Carl Klebert will know that Tom Dessert has closed in on him. So he just adjusts the air flap for the radiator on the left-hand side for the engine. Just allow it to get a little bit more cooler air. Temperatures at Genk, not exactly, well, they've been under 10 degrees all weekend long, and it's currently 9 degrees Celsius, fast approaching mid-afternoon, so it'll be a nice early finish for the crews here, so at least they can pack down and obviously get home, and everyone can sort of have a bit of a relax and talk about what's happened this weekend. 5 minutes to go, and it looks to be cloudy but dry all the way through, so hopefully the Senior Rotax final, which kick-starts in about just under, well, around about 13 minutes time, it will be the case that the Senior Rotax final will be bringing the mushroom cloud of explosions, and multiple pins on the grenades will be thrown, as there goes Tom Dessert up the inside with 4.5 minutes remaining on the clock. He's now decided that now is the time to strike. But then Carl Klebert, you know, he's no slouches, Carl, and he's very... They always say it's the quiet ones that you have to watch out for. Well, Carl is very soft-spoken, but he's a very, very good baker. And I think, if memory serves me correctly, he owns 3 stores as well. So bakery, well, Belgian baked goods are very, very much on anyone's shopping list whenever you come over to these parts, myself included. So 4 minutes to go. The top 3 still very much undecided, but Christoph Adams is trying to close. He's got 4 minutes to get up and close and personal. Well, I would say he needs to be there within 3 minutes. Now the gaps are starting to come down. Top 3 covered by just under 4.7 tenths of a second. Dessert still leads. Klebert in second. Dos Santos in third. Adams, Pritzai, Frank Cleveren, Frederick Baker and Christophe Capitan all still circulating after 10 laps of racing. We're on lap 11, halfway through it thereof, through down the Europolan into turn 7. Klebert now senses that probably in the next 2 minutes, if I was Carl Klebert, I know that he would probably wait until the last moment possible to get past Tom Dessert and not allow the 530 to have a chance of getting past. Nevertheless, Tom Dessert has shown pace and flashes of brilliance, especially when he won the kick-off last year, and had some great flashes of brilliance throughout the 2020 season, especially in the BNL Karting Series, despite things not going as he possibly would have liked or predicted or wanted thereof. 2 3/4 minutes still to go. Battle for the lead very much on. Dessert and Klebert starting to try and pull away from Bruno Dos Santos. Dos Santos makes the top 3. Well, the gap covering the top 3 is half a second. Christoph Adams, I think, has decided, well, I'm going to be on my own here. I might as well just stay where I am and not make any mistakes and bring it home in 4th position. So the ultimate choice now, because Carl Klebert has got that €64,000 question to think about. Do I go all guns blazing and fire it up the inside of Tom Dessert? Or do I defend against Bruno Dos Santos? But he's got to make a decision quickly, and I would say in the next 60 seconds he's got to do so, because he needs to be closer than 0.2 of a second to Tom Dessert. If he can get closer, now you can see that Carl Klebert, through the body language and the amount of steering corrections that he's having to put through, he is now hustling that kart. And that means that the warning signs, from my perspective on commentary, shows that Tom Dessert will have to fight. 90 seconds on the clock remaining. Carl Klebold is within a kart length of the back bumper of Tom Dessert as they exit the left-hand hairpin at turn 9. Now into turn 10. Klebold is closing. He is within a quarter of a kart length as they now go through into turn 10. Klebold won't do it now. He'll wait. He'll come out of turn 10, as will Dessert. Just over 60 seconds on the clock remaining. Klebold looking for the move. That nearly could have happened right there, but he decided, no, that gap was not right. It's not what I need. So Tom Dessert now has his thinking cap on top of his race helmet. As now Bruno Dos Santos will have a chance. I think he could go for second if Carl Klebold makes a mistake. Now, Carl Klebold did have an opportunity. He was 0.163 behind as Christophe Capitan trying to go up the inside of Frederick Baker in the latter stages. We're now on to the last 30 seconds of this race plus an additional lap. I think with the pace that they're showing at the moment, they've been running in the mid 54s. I think they're going to cross the line with seconds to spare, so we'll then go on to the penultimate lap. That will give 2 laps. That will give Carl Klebold 2,720 metres of tarmac to try and battle away through into turns 1 and 2. Not this time around. Dessert is waiting for when Klebold is going to strike, but Klebold, we know how wily this old fox is, and he will be able to do something at the drop of a hat, and he sends it up the inside through turn 6 onto the Europolan. And Tom Dessert gets run out a little bit wide, but I think that was a very fair move from Carl Klebold. Dessert knew something was coming, but he had to try and anticipate it. And he thought, well, it'll come through turn 2, won't it? No, it didn't. It came through turn 6 because Klebold was hustling the kart and got it nailed going through 3, 4 and 5. And then said peekaboo to Tom Dessert. So going on to the final lap of the race, just 1,360 metres. It is between, I think, it's going to be between Klebold and Dessert. We go on to the 16th and final lap. Dessert was just over a 10th behind Carl Klebold, but was less than half a tenth quicker on that previous lap. Through into 5 for the final time. Then into the right at 6. Carl Klebold's going to take a tight line. He does so. Tom Dessert now closing in. The slipstream starting to work for the 530. Through into turn 7. Now into the right at turn 8. Carl Klebold just looking forward. He's not seeing, and he's doing what we in the UK like to call the European lean a little bit, going through certain corners. A look over the right shoulder from him and Tom Dessert. And now Carl Klebold will now see that Tom Dessert is right on his back bumper. This is going to be a run to the line as they now come through into the turn 12. Oh, Tom Dessert up the inside. Can Carl Klebold get the switchback? I don't think so. Tom Dessert for the 2nd year in a row takes the DD2 Masters BNL Karting Series Kick-off title. Oh, that was brilliant. Stole it like candy from a baby. Tom Dessert timed that perfectly. Through turn 12, the move was anticipated. He got a good run coming out of turn 10 and turn 11. Wow, that's the best race finish I've seen at a kickoff in 3 years. Wow, Tom Dessert, you have entertained, good sir. I doff my cap to thee. Brilliant, brilliant. And I'm sure Carl Klebold will be magnanimous in defeat. He'll always have a smile on his face and he'll always congratulate his rivals. Let's have a look at the results. So, Tom Dessert, provisionally for the 2nd year in a row, becomes your DD2 Masters BNL Karting Series Kick-off champion. It was a matter of formality, wasn't it? Well, it wasn't on this particular occasion because Carl Klebold tried to steal his thunder and nearly did so. So the KMD driver from Belgium running on the Sodi kart chassis finished ahead of KMD's Bruno Dos Santos from France. 2 different nationalities on the podium. And what's more, Tom Dessert makes it the 3rd different nationality that has won a kickoff this weekend. So Stolsamanis from Latvia for Junior Rotax. Besancenes for France in DD2. Now Dessert for Belgium in DD2 Masters. Can it be a clean sweep of 4 different winners for us here? Let's have a look at the results. Dessert wins from Klebold, Dos Santos, Adams, Pritzai, Laverne, Frederick Goose Baker rounds out the top 7 ahead of Christophe Capitan.
Senior match final coming up in just a few moments after 8:45 local time UK.
Our 24th and final race about to get underway. Cine Rotax closing out the action here at the BNL Karting Series Kickoff for 2021. 13 minutes on the clock plus an additional lap. Let's have a look at the starting order. So pole position will be Juho Valtonen ahead of Luca Leistra. Luca Thiel and Lars Zanen round out the top 4 positions, representing Germany and Belgium respectively. Stormbrower in 5th ahead of Milan Koppens. Mads Ries will start 7th, so there has been a lot of changes in there. So we've got Christian de Klein, Patrick Rundquist, Jordi van der Eyck in 10th ahead of Dylan Lahaye, Lucas Schoonmakers, Vincent van Kerkhoffen, Erhard Turker, Patrick's Lokmelis. It looks like we've only got 35 starters. Victor Plateau is a starter in the 350. Alison Bennett Ahrens round out row 8. Clean Tavernier and Jordi Westerlaken, row 9. Fabian Bock and Jens van der Heijden, row 10. Milan Ritter, Bart de Wit. Well, it's showing that Victor Plateau, for some reason, has shown up on my timing screen twice. So Victor Plateau not starting. Sam Bergstein, Danny Prince, Yashram Drankan, Gilles Chloé, Flint Schering, Vincent Bouteye, Tim van der Scheepop, Colin van Lammeren. Nick Cuppens will start a bit further down the order, so it looks like there's been some changes. So Luna Blum and Max Stemmerdink looks like they've been disqualified post-race, and they start at the back of the grid along with Colin van Lammeren, and joining them is Sam van Thiel. Well, dramas do come. Max Stemmerdink did provisionally win the pre-final, but that would mean quite a few other things as well. And there was a revision for the pre-final, and the 370 of Sam van Thiel was actually DQ'd for tampering with front fairing. Beer Dorrestein has actually been disqualified for the event. Quite a few other drivers. 309, Luna Blum got disqualified for crowding, and technical disqualification for Max Stemmerdink. Right, 13 minutes plus an additional lap to go to find out who will be our 2021 kickoff champion for CD Rotax. So let's find out. Revs rise, lights are out, we are off and away and racing, and a good start already by Juho Valtonen. Luca Thiel in second. A few drivers using the runoff area. It's going 3 abreast going into turn 3. That never works at the best of times, but someone's gone round the outside of a 3-wide exchange going through turn 3. That is absolutely turn 4, and then that's brazen and then some. It's 3 abreast at some points going through turn 6, but everyone seems to have made it through so far. No first or second quarter incidents on lap 1, but it could be very hairy going into turn 7. They are nearly tripping over each other's Mojo tyres at this particular moment. However, Juho Valtonen leads the way as they come through turn 10 for the first time. And now this is where the real battle begins, because Juho Valtonen leads the way. Luca Thiel in second, representing Germany, with it being 3 different nationalities in the top 3, courtesy of Luca Leistra in the 307. Vincent van Kerkhoffen down into 17th. Looks like a few other drivers have dropped down towards the bottom of the order. Tim van der Scheepop all the way down in 34th as Luca Leistra up the inside of Luca Thiel through turn 6. Down onto the Europolan Stormbrower, and I did say about Mads Ries, didn't I? Well, he finished 11th due to all the changes on the announcement of the results, with some drivers not even making it to the starting grid. Mads Ries up the inside of Stormbrower through into turn 10. Shades of old from when he was a junior from Mads Ries. So he's now up into 4th position. And I think now the battle could really be on for the victory. And I think it's going to be between Mads Ries and more than likely Juho Valtonen. Maybe even factor in the 2 other drivers in there as well, Luca Thiel and Stormbrower. You never say never to any possibility of what might happen now, but Mads Ries up the inside through turn 6 onto the Europolan on Luca Thiel. Stormbrower nearly went through there as well. but decided against it. Lars Zanen now closing in on them as well, along with Patrick Rundqvist in the 3:59. Dylan LaHaye now up into 8th, past Milan Koppens, with Lukas Schoenmakers rounding out the top 10. 10.5 minutes still to go. So 2.5 minutes completed. Then we'll have an additional lap. So that should put us to around 16 laps of racing action. And as long as we don't have a full course yellow like we had in the junior final a little bit earlier on. So the train's starting to elongate at the front of the field, because now Mads Ries up the inside of Luca Leistra through turn 2 for second position. Now his fight really begins. And so what he now has to do is keep ahead of Luca Leistra. Leistra's got to watch his back bumper to see where Luca Thiel is, and then Storm Brouwer is going to factor in. Patrick Rundqvist and Dylan LaHaye are now with them. Well, not Dylan LaHaye. Well, you've got Lars Zanen. Rundqvist has now been passed by Zanen, and you've got Dylan LaHaye there as well. But Zanen's now actually behind Rundqvist out on the circuit, so Rundqvist factors an opportunity in to maybe even compete for the victory himself. And he goes up the inside of Storm Brouwer neatly through turn 10. Catches the Dutch driver unawares. So Patrick Rundqvist now up into P5. Dylan LaHaye now decides to go up the inside there too. Is that Lars Zanen? We'll find out as they come across the line. The think gesture again being used by Lars Zanen as he looked briefly towards the right-hand side and saw Storm Brouwer immediately stage righters up the inside. That was forceful, and then some from Dylan LaHaye. But he made it work. That was a great move from the 328, the 2019 Senior Rotax champion. Last year's champion, Paul Butcher, who runs normally with the Australian flag on his side pods. I hope he and his dad Glenn are watching. Won the title with KR Sport last year by quite a considerable margin. So is the defending champion coming into the season, but obviously no British competitors here this weekend. 8 minutes and 30 seconds still to go. And now Mads Ries has really got the bit between his teeth as Patrick Rundqvist goes scything his way up the inside of Luca Thiel through turn 12. Nice work by the flying Swedish driver there. He's doing a great job on the Cosmic chassis, which has the KR Sport livery on there as well to boot, but a very nondescript race suit there from Patrick Rundqvist. So he's got past Luca Thiel. Mads Ries sizing up Valtonen. So it looks like it's a Scandinavian-esque battle at the front of the field with Finland versus Denmark. Oh, massive moment for Jens van der Heijden there. Oh my goodness me. Jens van der Heijden in the 3:54 from Combicart. He literally went straight line. I'm not too sure if there might have been a little bit of contact, but that was effectively a shortcut. But he's had to let everyone go past because that was a track advantage there, but through an unwanted phase for himself. Mads Ries still closing in on the 3:42 of Stanpex Motorsports. Juho Valtonen, the 2020 Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup winner in Karting Campos. Unfortunately, no Winter Cup this year in Spain due to the ongoing issues with the pandemic. However, it will return in years to come. That much I can guarantee you of. Rundqvist now sizing up Leistra. The Swede is on fire at the moment. He's looking towards the inside of turn 7. Oh, the back end drifts out to the left-hand side. And Rundqvist gets third place from Luca Leistra. Nicely done by Patrick. Very good job by Rundqvist. Absolutely showed Leistra that Leistra's not the only one here that can do some audacious overtakes, and Rundqvist provided that in spades. Now they've got to start closing up to the 2 in front as we are fast approaching half-time. We are half-time on the timer now as the leaders make their way through into turn 1. Mads Ries was within 2/10 of striking distance. Now he's gone for the lead. Up goes Mads Ries into the lead on turn 3 past Juho Valtonen. Remember, this guy was on the podium for the Euro Trophy in its formative year as a junior, second to Mike van Vugt. And James Wharton was the other driver on there. James Wharton now part of the Ferrari Driver Academy. He's been plying his trade in Italy as of late and looks to be making the move into single-seaters within the next season or two with the Prancing Horse. So Rundqvist now factoring in. Then you've also got Luca Leistra still there, Luca Thiel, and then it is the GKS Lemons Power duo of both Lars Zanen, who has kept ahead, 2019 Senior Rotax BNL Karting Series champion Dylan LaHaye. Stormacher is not too far adrift either, but the three-way scrap for the lead is fast becoming a seven-way fight. So looks like Rundqvist could source some motivation to try and get past Valtonen. He's going to go up the inside through turn 7, just like he did a couple of laps ago on Luca Leistra. Seems like turn 7 is Patrick Rundqvist's sweet spot right there. So 3 different nationalities in the top 3. You make that 5 in the top 7. You have Denmark leading the way, Sweden in second, Finland in third, Belgium, Germany, and then a further 2 Belgians. And just behind, you've got another Dutch driver in the form of Lucas Schoenmakers, who has managed to clear a gap between himself and Stormbrouwer. Stormbrouwer having another finals day to forget right now, as he's currently in 9th position, and closing on him will be Bennett Achrens from Germany from RS Competition, as there was a nice cheeky move returning the favour from Juho Valtonen, but Patrick Rundqvist has the inside line going into turn 7. Leistra, Luca Thiel, Lars Zanen and Dylan LaHaye. LaHaye definitely wants to get to the front of this train as quickly as possible, because there's only 4 minutes and 10 seconds to go, as there goes Luca Thiel, nearly 3 wide going into turn 10. Leistra up the inside of Rundqvist, and there goes Lars Zanen up the inside of Rundqvist through turn 11. They're all scrambling all over each other. And there's Luca Thiel and Dylan LaHaye and Lucas Schoenmakers. They've all got past Patrick Rundqvist. And there comes Stormbrouwer. Oh, Rundqvist, has he got a problem? Rundqvist has got a problem. That's a real shame for Patrick Rundqvist. So now, that is disaster for the 359 from Sweden. I feel so sorry for Patrick Rundqvist right now, because I wondered if that problem started emerging as they came out of turn 10, and he's pulled off to the side of the road. He knows this race is done. That is it for Patrick Rundqvist. He's looking at the engine. Oh, that could be possibly coil pack, spark plug, HT lead. Real shame for Rundqvist. And now for the next 4 minutes, he's got to sit by the sidelines. Vincent Bouteye and Max Stemmerdink are out of this race, both on lap number 4. Now, Patrick Rundqvist becomes the latest casualty in this race. We had a non-starter in the form of Victor Plateau. Beer Dotterstein was disqualified from the meeting by the stewards, thereby not able to take part in this final. So, you tell me who's going to win this race. Because now, Dylan LaHaye has been passed by Lucas Schoenmakers. Luca Thiel right behind. So Dylan LaHaye is the GKS Lemons Power piggy in the middle. Or in other words, he's the GKS meat and a JJ Racing sandwich right now, as they come through turn 9 and into the right-hander at turn 10. 2 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. And what a fairy tale this has been so far for Madrid. 2 DNFs in the heats yesterday. Took a win in the third and final heat he partaked in, which was the final heat out of 6. And then came to win the second chance heat, got himself up into P11, and post-race after penalties, he started 7th on the grid. And now on to lap 13, he was leading from Juho Valtonen, as that's the move from Luca Thiel up the inside of Dylan LaHaye. That is for 6th position. Stormbrouwer not too far behind. Neither is Germany's Bennett Achrens, and then also Jordi van der Eyck is also there too. Erhard Turker just outside of the top 10 by about 7/10 of a second. But Mads Rees, always the optimist, always the realist, always wanting to push forward. And just like Mr. Lamar Tom Christensen, he has pure outright speed. And he's heading in, and so Mads Rees heading into GT4 this year. But still, karting is like an adrenaline rush. Once you can partake in it, going to have an opportunity to show your true pace. So 43 seconds on the clock. The leaders now make their way through turn 6 onto the Europalan. And rounding out that was Christian de Klein in the 399 entry on the CRG chassis. And he is currently less than half a second behind the sole Turkish representative, Ehad Turka, who has moved to Buvin Power from KR Sport this season. 20 seconds on the clock remaining. I think we'll have another 2 laps after this one. So Mads Rees has a comfortable gap of 4.5 tenths of a second over Juho Valtonen. He'll cross the line with about 7 seconds to go. 2 more laps, including this one, as the timer now expires as Mads Rees exits turn 2, as is Juho Valtonen. Gap between them, just under 3 tenths of a second. Lukas Schomaker's in the meantime place has done the fastest lap of the race, but now Juho Valtonen knows that time is fast on his side. Mads Rees now has to fight for this and another lap. And now Luca Lystra fancies his chance. This is an opportunity that we could have a 4th different winner, a 4th different kick-off champion in terms of nationality, but could we have one nation taking 2 titles? And the most resplendent of that will be Belgium, because 2 of their drivers are in the top 4. Lystra looking feisty behind Juho Valtonen, but Mads Rees holds on. Final lap board of the weekend's meeting. And Mads Rees holds on to the lead going into turn 2. Bump from behind on Thiel by Zanen by Thiel. Mads Rees holding on through 4, through 5 for the final time. Into the right-hander at 6 that brings them onto the Europalan. He's just got to keep looking forward as Mads Rees. And someone could send it up the inside through into turn 7 if they're close enough. Juho Valtonen can't get through on that particular occasion as Luca Thiel looks to get up the inside of Lars Zanen. Dylan LaHaye right on the back bumper of the German from JJ Racing. Nearly gets through on the inside of turn number 8. But we just have 3 more corners remaining. Look at the train right now. Mads Rees goes defensive. Juho Valtonen towards the outside of the Dane. He uses the runoff area. He gets back into the lead. Luca Lystra, I don't think that move counted for Juho Valtonen, because he was on the runoff area. He drifts wide. Rees up the inside. Luca Lystra's going with him. It's going to be a run to the line. Mads Rees wins the kick-off. What a race. What a race. Juho Valtonen finished in 4th position at the end of it all, because he went up the inside of Mads Rees going through turn 12. And he went wide, and Mads Rees went, thank you very much. That will do. 4 different nationalities that have become kick-off champions. Wow. Mads Rees from absolutely nowhere was in the second chance heat this morning. He's had 1 more race than a lot of the drivers here, and you can see it now. He knows he's done the job. Mads Rees wins and joins the honour roll of the list of kick-off champions over the last 14 seasons. Mads Rees takes the victory by 0.131 of a second, and look how close the top 9 were. Nearly 0.9 separated them. Mads Rees won by just over a tenth from Luca Lystra. Lars Zanen makes it a Belgian 2-3 on the podium provisionally this weekend in Senior Rotax. Juho Valtonen, close but not close enough, went wide at turn 12 on the final lap. Dylan LaHaye in 5th, Lukas Schomaker 6th, Luca Thiel, Bennett Achlin, Storm Brouwer, Jordi van der Eyck rounds out the top 10. Ehad Turka, Christian de Klein, Vincent van Kerkhoffen, Luna Blum, Milan Koppens, Sam Bergstein, Kilian Taunier, Fabian Bach, Bart de Wit, Flint Schuring, Milan Ritter, Yashram Jankan, Danny Prince, Nick Koppens, Jens van der Heyden, Sam van Thiel, Colin van Lameren, Jordi Westerlaken, Gilles Chloé, Patrick Slok-Mellis, and Tim van der Scheepop round out the 31 drivers that finished that race with retirements from. Patrick Rundquist on lap 10, Vincent Bouthier on lap 3. There's the 327 of Bouthier, and that kart now being put onto the low loader. Max Stemmerdink retired on lap 3, with Victor Plateau not starting the race, and Beer Dodderstein disqualified from the meeting.
but all the other categories involved into the first event of the 2021 season. It's been an absolute pleasure. What a final to conclude this tournament. What a great spectacle we've had so far.
So that is it for us here at the BNL Karting Series Kickoff for 2021. 4 different nationalities provisionally your champions for the kickoff. Thomas Stolsamanis in Junior Rotax. DD2, Paulo Bessancenes from France. DD2 Masters, Tom Dessert with the most audacious and cheeky move I've ever seen at Karting Genk on the final corner of the final lap. Nips it in the bud ahead of fellow Belgian Carl Klibort. And after this race, Mads Ries, the fairy tale story here at the kickoff for the Dane, winner in Senior Rotax, from nowhere, had to go through every single race, including the second chance heat. He started down in 31st for the pre-final, let's not forget. Finished 7th after corrected results on the pre-final and started 7th, finished ahead of the rest. That is it from us here at Karting Genk, the home of champions. Firstly, on behalf of myself, Alex Goldschmidt, the entire live stream crew at Camp Company GmbH, Victor Rosen, Steffi Lampmann, Mike Wagner, also MW Race Consulting. We'd like to say also a big thank you to the recovery crew, all the teams, all the drivers, all the mechanics, all the people that have come as assisting personnel, the marshalling crew, as always, doing an exemplary job. The whole team, including Dave Ritson, who needs a special mention because along with him, Paul Lemons, the whole team has done a fantastic job this weekend. We can't thank you all enough for watching. Thank you. We'll hopefully see you in 2 weeks on the April Bank Holiday weekend, where Season 14 for the BNL Karting Series gets truly underway. Thank you for watching. Stay safe and goodbye.